Good evening, Brentwood, and welcome to MTK Fight Night, live on IFL TV, presented by Mr. Lee Eaton in association with MTK Global and MTK London. We have an action-packed card for you tonight, and we know it's going to be one to remember. This evening's boxing is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, and our officials ringside are Steward in Charge, Des Reese, Inspectors Alan Spelling, Ben Harmsworth, and Phil Trask. Your referees at the bell, Mr. Lee Cook, Lee Every, and Chaz Coakley, and your timekeepers are John Smith and Brett Bowles. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get right to the action, and welcome to the red corner of the ring, Sergio Gugliotta. Making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Alex Bellingham. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 4 rounds in a welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 10 pounds with a professional record of 2 losses, wearing the white trunks from Lincolnshire, England. Please welcome Sergio Gugliotta. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 9 pounds with a professional record of 1 win and no losses, wearing the black and gold trunks from Orpingston, London, England. Please welcome Alex Bellingham. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Cook.
You both know the rules. Defend yourself at all times. Keep your punches clean and on target, and when I tell you to break, do so straight away and take a step back. Shake hands. Good luck to you both.
Yes.
Time out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both fighters. They have opened up the show in style for us. After 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee scores about 40 points to 37 in favor of your winner. He now moves to 2-0, Alex Bellingham. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the red corner of the ring, Naheem Chowdhury. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the blue corner of the ring, Louis Isaacs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 4 rounds in a super lightweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 6 pounds with a professional record of 2 wins, wearing the black trunks from Blackburn, Lancashire, England. Please welcome Naheem Chowdhury. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone, 6 pounds, with a professional record of 5 wins, no losses, wearing the white trunks from Islington, London, England. Please welcome Louis Isaacs. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Chaz Coakley.
Okay, lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. I don't want these heads going in. Touch gloves, good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Chaz Coakley scores about 40 points to 36 in favor of your winner, Louis Essex. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the red corner of the ring, Ivan Gador. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the blue corner of the ring, Lewis Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 4 rounds in a super lightweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner, He officially weighed in at 9 stone 13 pounds with a professional record of 20 wins, wearing the black trunks from Bratislava, Slovakia. Please welcome Ivan Little Dragon Gador. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone 12 pounds with a professional record of 2 wins, no losses, wearing the black and silver shorts from Basildon, Essex, England. Please welcome Lewis Smith. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Every.
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Box. Pull your arms out. Pull your arms out. Like this. Stop boxing. Box off. Back on the jab, straight away. Back, Luke, back. 2 minutes left, Ivor. Pull your arms out, pull your arms out. Work away, work it. Watch that head. Right! Back, Ivan. Nice and tight for the head. Stop boxing. Go, tight for the head. Do double quickly. Use your feet, though. In and out with your feet. That's it, good. Keep it there. Jab, jab, just keep. Keep working, no. Get your hand free. Don't slug it out, mate. Keep working, no. Right. Straight 1, 2. Keep working, eh? Pick him up, pick him up. Don't lay on, don't lay on. Keep working. Watch that head, yeah. Keep working. Back. That's it, good. Now 1, 2. 1, 2. There you go. Right. Step back. Step back. Straight on the jab, quickly, quick up. Keep working. Pull the arms out. Keep him distance, Lou. Keep the distance, Lou. That's it, don't get drawn in. Good boy, there you go. Just keep working, come on. Right, step back, step back. Nice quick jab. Box. Keep working. Don't be there now. No, you're walking in. Get the jab going. Behind the jab. Simple stuff. That's it. Keep the boxes. That's it. Good. There you go. Right. Step back. No punching. Step back. Nice little jab. Edge the feet. Edge the feet. That's it. Good. She's moving. Don't be too eager. Don't be too eager. That's it. Just simple, Lou. Simple. Just dipping them knees a little bit. Good long jab. Good long jab. Just keep jabbing. 2 minutes. There you go. There you go. Touch him. Touch him. Don't rush in there because he's looking. There you go. He's looking to come over the top. You're getting too close, Lou. You're getting too
Right,
close.
step back, no punching. Step back, this way, that's backwards.
Keep him at a distance, Lou. Long ways. Don't walk in behind the jab. That's it. Keep it there. There you go. There you go. Good boy. Now, then, you should come in. Nice jab there, nice jab. That's it, don't get soft. Don't hold it. Come on. Right, step back.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Lee Every scores about 40 points to 37 in favor of your winner, Louis Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Elvis Dubé. Making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Liam Conroy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 6 rounds in a light heavyweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 13 stone and 10 pounds with a professional record of 8 wins, wearing the black and gold trunks from Derby, England. Please welcome Elvis Dubé. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 13 stone and 4 pounds with a professional record of 16 wins, 8 by way of knockout, 4 losses and 1 draw. Tonight wearing the white and gold trunks from Cumbria, England. Please welcome Liam Conroy. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Cook.
Okay, you both know the rules. Defend yourself at all times. Keep your punches clean and on target when it's time to break. Do so straight away and take a step back. Shake hands. Good luck to you both.
Second down. Seconds out, round 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Lee Cook calls a stop to the action at 1 minute and 31 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner by technical countout, Liam Conroy. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Geburt Omier. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Lenny Fuller. Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 6 rounds in a lightweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone and 2 pounds with a professional record of 4 wins, wearing the black and red trunks. From Nicaragua by way of Girona, Spain, please welcome Geburt Omier. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 10 stone and 13 pounds with a professional record of 5 wins and no losses, wearing the black trunks. From Maidstone, Kent, England, please welcome Lenny, the main man, Fuller. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Chaz Coakley.
Lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. I don't want these heads going in. Touch gloves, good luck.
Second out.
Back on the jab. Back on the jab. Hands up inside there. Backhand's dropping as you throw the shot. Right in over the top there then. Now, let's go then. Head off centre with a double jab. Then throw. Throw. Stick your hands up in there. Back in the jab, work then. Put your hands up in there then. Keep working then. Get that backhand high then.
Corners, seconds out, round 4. Corners, step center. Second out, 6 and final round.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Chaz Copley scores the bout 60 points to 54 in favor of your winner, Lenny Fuller.
big overhand right there, Saki then. Though that really caught off. About 8 minutes. Still stuck a bit. There's another big left hand in it. Go through the centre. In comes Jeff Hines and waits his fight over.
Evening all, welcome back to Brentwood. We are live on IFL TV, the latest MTK show coming to you from Essex. And tonight marks the return to the ring, almost 2 years exactly since the last time that we saw Liam Walsh. He's going to be coming up top of the bill a bit later on. To say it's pleasing for us to welcome him back, Barry, is probably something of an understatement, as much as he's eager to get back.
Oh, he's a fantastic fighter, and I just don't know where he went, because literally he was looking supersonic, and he got that world title shot against a phenomenal fighter in Gervonta Davis, and it's just, he got beat up a little bit bad, but he's still a world class fighter, and he still could have bounced back off that and got good wins. He dominated in Britain, probably would have dominated in Europe too, and got another world title shot, but he went off the radar. And I just think it's a funny thing with Liam Walsh, because he's been, I wouldn't say mispromoted, but just gone under the radar, almost forgotten about. I don't know why, because he's a danger man, a real talented fighter who can box orthodox or southpaw just as comfortable in either stance, and he's a real talent. It's good to see him back, and I think now with people behind him who want to push him and keep him busy, I think he'll get title shots. And I think for me, he's still young enough to go looking for that world title shot.
Yes, well, his brother's going to be defending his British title on IFL and ESPN Plus in June. He apparently is going to be back out in July or around about that time, so he is going to be busy, and he wants all the big names, whether it's at super feather 130 or indeed at lightweight at 135 pounds. More on that to come. Now, you and I were at York Hall a few months ago when we saw probably one of the best uppercuts you'll ever see thrown by Danny Dignam. He broke Ali Warren's nose, and he took him out the fight. He's back in action. He's whittling himself down to middleweight. I'm looking forward to seeing him again.
I am, yeah, and I think he's got a guy who obviously former European champion who obviously boxed for the world title, so he's up against a guy who's a quality operator. But Danny, he's not at a crossroads in his career where he's at a stage now where he needs that step up. He's shown the class at the level where he's massively dominant, shown how good he can be, not just power-wise, but his boxing skills. That's really where he really earns his money. But now a little step up in class, we'll see how good he is. And I think then he'll move on from there pretty fastly. But he was exciting to watch. It was a fantastic punch. And if he can produce that tonight, we'll all be very happy.
And at the same sort of stage in his career as Harlem Eubank as well. Back in November, he produced a pretty spectacular knockout too. Looks like he's just trying to raise his professional career to the next level too.
It's hard because he carries that Eubank name, which obviously gives him a bump up and makes people take notice, but also puts pressure on that he has to perform in every fight. And sometimes it's unfair to give that pressure on a kid who carries the name Eubank. Everyone thinks he's going to be the best fighter on the planet, so it almost makes it hard for him to develop at his own pace. But it also helps you out because people want to take note, want to come and see you and see how good you are, and the heir to the throne, if you will. But he has some traits of a Eubank. And so we'll see how he goes. But I think he's looked good so far. And as long as he develops at his own pace, he's in a good camp, he's in a good environment where he trains, around a lot of experience, not coaches, but also a lot of experienced fighters as well. So I think that will develop him more than the fights here tonight. But he keeps busy and keeps progressing. I think we'll see how far he goes. We don't know yet. But he looks a talent. Yeah, he's of course in the same Adam Booth gym as Michael Conlon, who's got that big Belfast homecoming in the summer, and Ryan Burnett, of course, who you're going to see on IFL TV in the coming weeks, headlining, of course, in Belfast. Coming up first, we've got a kickboxing champion making his professional debut. We're going to welcome Jamie Whelan to the ring very shortly. We'll do that in the company of TK, Terry Kavanagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on IFL TV for MTK Fight Night in Brentwood, presented by Mr. Lee Eaton in association with MTK Global and MTK London. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready to see some action, make some noise! Making his way to the red corner of the ring, Jose Aguilar.
Well, we've seen plenty of Jose Aguiar, the Nicaraguan based in Spain, and to be honest, he could probably have a second apartment in the UK as well. So many times has he been over here recently. He's been in with just about everyone, the likes of Stuart Hall, Ryan Farag, some of the Kazakh newcomers as well to MTK.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Jamie Whelan!
Well, this is an entirely new experience to an extent for Jamie Whelan, because although he has extensive experience in the world of kickboxing and Muay Thai, and a world champion in that sphere too, here he is making the ring walk as a professional boxer for the very first time tonight. So I'm sure there'll be a little bit of nerves, but having that experience to fall back on, he'll have the mindset very much of a fighter, and he's used to the preparation. Slight tweaking, slight differences of course, and a different discipline. And I think he said in the build-up to this that he's always been useful with his hands rather than his legs, and boxing had a kind of calling for him. He really does love the sport, and we get a chance to see him for the first time tonight on IFL TV. So confirmation of it, 10 years younger Jamie Whelan on this, his professional debut. He's got a slight advantage in height, came in at the same weight, the pair of them, just under the 9 stone. Both there you can see the records, with Aguiar very much the opponent, a debutant tonight, and looking to sparkle as Jamie Whelan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 4 rounds in a featherweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 8 stone 13 pounds. With a professional record of 16 wins, tonight he wears the purple trunks. From Nicaragua, by way of Gelsa, Spain, please welcome Jose El Polo Aguilar. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 8 stone 13 pounds. Tonight he makes his pro debut in the squared circle, wearing the white and gold. From London, England, please welcome Jamie Whelan. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Every.
Boxers, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
Bell goes. First opportunity to see Jamie Whelan now as a professional boxer with all that extensive high-level experience in kickboxing. Quite a few seemingly turning over from that discipline at the moment, Barry.
Yeah, that's been a real lot, hasn't it? And you used to get, I don't know if it's the same now, that they weren't technically great kickboxers to turn over, but they could all bang. And that's sort of changing now, because I think they've honed their skills and just sharpened them a little bit better. But you just got to be careful not to get involved in any sort of war here. Just keep it long, like any guy in his debut or his first few fights. Work beyond, use the fundamentals, work beyond the jab, and just take your time.
Very nice. So Aguiar go 4 rounds with Callum Bradley, who's also a debutant at the Ulster Hall back in March. He really good that night, young Bradley. And here now we get a chance to see another debutant in against the Spanish-based Nicaraguan, who's no blow over usually. Joe Cordina did it in the final round on his debut a few years ago. Gamal Yafai did it in 3 as well. But by and large, he's been the distance with plenty of respected names over in British boxing. So I think Whelan just needs to be careful and thoughtful through the first round here.
He's just a little bit too easy to hit here, Whelan. He's so a little bit too tense and so et up and trying to just be really offensive that he's just sort of neglecting the defence and taking a few shots in his head. But he did just a second ago land a beautiful left uppercut through the guard there of Aguilar. he's shown some good skills.
You can see he's like a
That's
coiled
good.
spring, isn't he?
Yeah, that was
Whelan.
good there from him though. Just made Aguilar miss and fire back right with the right hand right on the guard, centre of the guard.
Just goes to show you though, Barry, doesn't it? That despite all of that experience, you're used to the preparation of a fight day, the build up, the nerves, even despite all of that, you can still see that this sort of new stage of his life.
Well, also you see, oh, good right hand there, but then just holds his feet maybe a little bit too long. Well, you see the talented amateurs sometimes look a little bit scrappy in their debut as a professional, and they box at world class as an amateur. So it's the same sport but slightly different. And for kickboxing again, it's an even bigger transition, of course.
Gone through the first 2.5 minutes, and Aguilar's asked a few questions. He's clipped Whelan a few times, just a little guilty of maybe being overeager. He's definitely holding his feet when he's in range too, which is giving Aguilar a bit of a chance.
Yeah, just a little bit wide with that right hook. Now that's better. See when he just skips around the tag a little bit and throws those little uppercuts through the middle there. Whelan, he looks a little bit better, but he just hasn't really used the jab. See, the movement's good there, but he hits the jab just to hold him in his place, and then use those fast feet around the target.
It's taken him a couple of minutes, but you could just see that last 30 seconds, he was starting to relax and think about what he was doing.
And I think that's the key word, relax. Just take a little breath sometimes. You're trying to do everything so fast and rush it and be explosive that you sometimes just smother your own work. But you've got to go back to the fundamentals, the basics, and you've got to work beyond the jab. And at any level in boxing, but especially in your early fights, that just keeps Aguilar off balance, keeps him preoccupied, and then you think about the heavier shots that are going to follow. Yeah, there's that left uppercut I was talking about there. It's just showing a little replay there, just right through the guard there for Whelan. But again, does good work, holds his feet, has to take a few back there from Aguilar. Luckily Aguilar is not a big puncher, and Whelan might be able to take a decent shot. I don't think he's worried about anything that's coming back, but there's punches he doesn't really have to take. But offensively he looks good, defensively a little bit lax.
Adam Hart with the advice in between rounds and sends Jamie Whelan out for the second of his pro career. Very much comes from a fighting family as well. His brother Luke, two-weight kickboxing champion as well.
See, he's not telegraphing his punches, but you know that's coming.
I think already in the first 30 seconds of the second round, you can tease just taking that little step back, thinking a bit more about defence than he was in the first few minutes of that first round.
See, there's power in that right hand, you can see it. But I think if he relaxes a little bit more and rotates the hips, makes it a little bit more fluent and just pushes off that back leg, I think that makes it a sharper and a more disguised right hand, and I think you'll get more rewards from that. Because he is tense with that right hand, it's almost telegraphed. You can see he's trying to load up on it, so that's to just use that jab, just pop it out all the time. Just head, body.
Oh, that was nice, yeah. He just clipped him with a counter left hand. His fans getting into it, trying to lend their support as well.
That was good there from Whelan. Just a little feint with the foot and then throwing the left hand over the top. And if you're going to throw that big, good shot.
Aguilar suggesting he'll shrug that off, we'll see. But just so much more composure and thought through the early part of this second round from Whelan. And now he's realising he doesn't always have to lead off. He's picked a few sharp counters.
shot. That's lovely work there. See what he did, he just jabbed to the chest there, just to lower the hands there of Aguilar.
No surprise he was so excited through the first round. He's been looking forward to this, Barry, probably for a year and a half. So there was talk of him making his debut early on in the year, but here it is belatedly, and you can understand why there's a bit of fervour through the first couple of minutes.
You can, but just what you were talking, I just think a really big left hand there of Aguilar. Whelan.
Always a little reminder, isn't it? And Aguilar's taking a bit of time to go back to his corner. He's trying to stare out Whelan or what?
But he caught him with a beautiful left hand there, did Aguilar. I wonder whether he thinks he hurt Whelan a little bit.
Was he just almost checking?
I think so, yeah. Well, just telling him, listen, I can tag you as well, mate. I think that was a little bit of a psychological thing, just to get him a little bit unsettled. Again, you know, when he's focused, when he concentrates, he does some lovely work. Moving around the target's good, but then after he does his work, again, he just doesn't move the feet, has to take a few back, and that's it. There are only a few minor adjustments that makes it a lot better. But again, when he throws that jab, he threw a jab to the chest in the middle of the round, and then threw a lovely right hand over the top, and that was a lovely little bit of skill from him there, thinking about his work. There it is there, jab to the chest there, and a right hand over the top, but right at the end of the round, then he had to take a left hand back.
Yeah, some sharp stuff in the main though through that round from Whelan. Into the third, here we go. Scheduled for 4 this one.
See, fighters like Aguilar as well, unless you catch him with a fantastic body shot, a whipping shot, they're the shots they need to be hit with. So these right hands are heavy and they're hurtful, but he'll take them all day. You know, they got to be a little bit more speed in the shot, a little bit more snap in the punch, a little bit more disguised. I think to get Aguilar out of there, so really just got to be really just tense up a little bit too much and blow out of steam a little bit.
It's interesting is all the while you're saying that, Barry, there was 2 or 3, a couple of right hands sneaking under the elbow of Aguilar, whether that's a deliberate concerted attack.
Didn't work there, but that was the right idea there though from Whelan. It didn't come off because Aguilar, he thought and he moved his feet, but I think it's the right idea. You're just taking a different angle of attack, fast feet when you're close to the target.
And Aguilar's emboldened. He just clipped. Oh, that was a lovely move, wasn't it?
Oh, and lovely uppercut there as well from Whelan again.
Good upper body, head movement, good defence there from Whelan. You can see through the first couple of rounds, he's still finding his feet about when he covers up and how he moves himself defensively.
Don't want to oversell the movement there from Whelan. That's a lovely uppercut. So that's been his best shot of the night, actually, the uppercut.
The crowd loved that. His fans loved that. Defensive move.
So much better when he relaxes, and he just gets a little bit of rhythm and a little bit of movement on the upper body. He looks a much better fighter, doesn't he? There you see it there. Just reactions just a little bit faster because he's relaxed.
You just get the impression, and obviously with his kickboxing background in the mix too. But you do. Oh, good shot, good right hand from him. You do get the impression that he probably won't have a problem as they go through the rounds.
Good body shot there from Aguilar.
Yeah, he's come to fight tonight, Aguilar, hasn't he? And he's been presented with a few opportunities, and he's been happy to take them.
Again, just tagging him with the right hand there, Aguilar. Good body shot there from Whelan, but again, just didn't move after the punch was thrown. He just gets tagged to himself, nothing heavy. And again, he's doing good work, and he's just getting tagged every now and again where maybe he probably shouldn't.
Yeah, just there's little reminders that this is the boxing pro game, and you need to be alert and thinking at all times. But he's going to be learning on the job. You can almost see it through this first 3 rounds.
Yeah, like I said, there's a few little things to do wrong, but nothing that's major. All these things can be worked on and sharpened up, and I think so it's not bad from it. Some of the work he's doing is very good. But I think but when he relaxes a little bit more, he looks much more fluent, and he looks a better fighter. His reactions are quicker, and his punches, they might not be as heavy-handed as maybe when he's tense, but they're more relaxed, so it gives him a little bit more snap and a little bit more surprise in the attack.
You can see he's got the speed, fast hands, he's got a good attitude. There's a base of skills there for him, little things that he'll be working on. But listen, it's the start, it's the very start of the next stage of his sporting career. Yeah, he gets his shots off again. Looking sharp at the start of this fourth and final round. It's not often you see journeymen switch hitting, do you?
No. That's good.
Well, I think he enjoyed that. Wheeling, counter left hand, and a little shuffling on his feet and away. And again, lovely shot. When he settles down like that, he's pretty accurate, Barry.
Yeah, he is. Just a little, he's sort of worked his way into it now, and he relaxed a little bit more, and he looks a much better fighter for it. And he's still trying to be aggressive against it. Aguilar's trying to mess him around a little bit. But Whelan sticking to his task without rushing his work, and that's better from him. Shot.
Yeah, right hand through the guard, and then mixing it head and body. There's always been little flashes of divines, little openings for Aguilar throughout the first 3 rounds, but actually he's kind of been put in his box all the first 2 minutes of this final round.
Oh, good left hook. Again, the uppercut there from Whelan. Beautiful shot. You can see he's working on things he does in the gym, because he's throwing like a 3-punch combination and then taking a little step with the back foot to throw that right hand back. It's not quite coming off power-wise, but at least he's relaxed enough to work on things.
Yeah, I think he's starting to enjoy himself this final round, Barry.
Shot. Yeah, good left hand there though from Aguilar. Don't have the power though to trouble Whelan, and maybe Whelan realised that early on and hasn't really been worried about taking shots back. But he's finished the fight better than he started for me. I think, you know, once he just loosened up a little bit, and rightly so in your debut, I think he's looked a much better fighter. And put his punch, the last couple of rounds, he's put his punches together beautifully. Well, there, lovely right hand.
His punch making has been really good, really sharp. And I think all you can ask is you get better as the fight goes on, and he's done exactly that. He saved his best stuff for this final round when he's been in complete control. Yeah, and a bit of quality right at the end.
Yeah, good, and I thought a good finish to him as well. It was a good finish, and you know, he started a little bit too tense, and maybe started the second round a little bit too tense. But when just trying to really, you know, he feels he's heavy-handed, I guess, and he's just loading up a little bit too much on the punches and telegraphing some of the attacks. But as soon as he just got used to the environment of the ring and got a little bit relaxed, put his punches together really well, combinations. Those fast feet are on the target. It's not quite working for him yet when he's close to the target and trying to get around the side to side. But it's the right idea what he's trying to do, look for the different angles to attack. But once, again, you want to keep those fast feet, but just slow it down, just ever so slightly, just so we can see where he's going and look for where he's going to land the shot. But once he does that, I think you know, he'll be a much better fighter for it. And I saw those last couple of rounds, I really enjoyed it.
Well, let's get the confirmation of it. Little tetchy beginning, but in the end, quite smooth. Terry with the details.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Lee Every have scored about 40 points to 36 in favor of your winner. He now moves to 1-0 in his professional career, Jamie Whelan!
Well, I'm sure he'll have thought about this, dreamt about it. imagined how it would unfold, but in the end he gets his hands raised as a pro boxer for the first time, Barry, and I suspect it's I suspect that was close to how he imagined it in his dreams.
Yeah, I think when they look back, they'd be happy with it. I think the way he just, again, like anyone in their pro debut, especially for someone coming from a different code, it's a little bit tense. Tried a little bit too hard to impress, but once he relaxed, for me, we've seen it here, there, just little movements in his shoulders, nice little spin there off the front foot with the nice left hook. Once he relaxed, once he put his punches together in combinations with nice fluency to his work, showing a nice bit of power, some surprise attacks as well, and I think he finished the fight better than he started it, and I think that's important moving forward for his second fight.
Barry, yeah, we're joined by Jamie now. It looked like once you settled down after the first couple of minutes, you found your rhythm. How did you enjoy it in there?
Yeah, once the nerves calmed down a little bit and I got the first round out of the way, I started to find my rhythm, find my feet. Started to listen to the corner a lot more, tried to do everything that they were telling me. But really enjoyed it once I found my feet. Absolutely loved it.
It shows you, doesn't it, with all your kind of fighting and kickboxing background and the levels you've reached there, that still a new discipline creates that little bit of excitement and nerves.
Yeah, definitely. Even though it's like taking away my legs, being able to use the kick what I used to be able to, just using my hands, just what I preferred anyway. But yeah, it's still fight in front of like a crowd like this. It still gets the nerves going a little bit. So yeah, it was a really good experience. I loved it.
Excellent. What are you looking forward to next? How do you want to be moved in the next year?
As you know, I'll go as things happen. Whatever my trainers give me and whatever they set in front of me is always a challenge, and I'm always looking to go to the top. So I'm aiming high, and hopefully I can get big things out of this sport.
We look forward to seeing you again on the telly. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Man, thanks to Jamie. Well done. We've got Terry with the introductions for the next. Making his way to the ring is another familiar face, actually, in the face of shape of Eligio Palacios, another of the Nicaraguans based in Spain. He was in Newcastle last week. Here he is again, earning some money and putting in a shift.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Harlem Eubank.
What a great tune to ring walk to for Harlem Eubank. A lot of Adam Booth's fighters seem to like a little bit of soul in their ring walk, and he's been smooth and indeed spectacular recently, back in November with a terrific 2-round stoppage of Peter Alexandrov, and he went the distance in December. Here he is, first outing of the new year. And at 25, he's 7 years younger than Palacios, slightly shorter, just by the inch, and you can see just over, and only just over, the super lightweight, light welterweight limit. 7-0 so far, Eubank. The Brighton man with 2 stoppages on the record.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 6 rounds in a super lightweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone even, with a professional record of 7 wins. Tonight wearing the purple trunks from Nicaragua by way of Gelsa, Spain. Please welcome Eligio Jose Palacios. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 3 pounds, with a professional record of 7 wins, 2 by way of knockout and no losses. Tonight wearing the white trunks from Brighton, England. Please welcome Harlem Eubank. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Chaz Coakley.
Okay, lads, I've already spoke to you both. Keep those punches up. I don't want to see these heads going in. Touch gloves, good luck. Touch gloves.
Here we go then. first round scheduled for 6. An opportunity to see Harlem Eubank in the new year. And of course, a new venture for Adam Booth and his boxers, having effectively signed up to MTK, advising Booth and his team, which of course includes Michael Conlon, Harlem Eubank and Ryan Burnett, who we're going to see on IFL TV in the coming weeks at the Ulster Hall. We look forward to that, Barry.
Oh, it's fantastic. The venue and some of the fights stacking up. Looks like it's going to be a great night. Oh, nice sharp right hand there from Eubank. That's been said a few times over the years, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed. His uncle, Chris, brother to his dad, Simon, who really was a kind of road traveller in the boxing world as a pro himself through the sort of mid to late 80s, early 90s, went in with the likes of Kevin Lushing late on in his career, Gary Logan, Andy Holligan as well. he put in a shift, fought abroad as well, actually. So I think his dad saw the tough side of the game, and that can't help but be some sort of help to him.
You got, and if he gets advice from his uncle as well, you got the two scales there, of course. It's almost like two different sports, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's settling into life as a pro, I think it's fair to say. And has it been 6 rounds a couple of times? The right hand that worked so well against Alexandrov at York Hall back in November was one of the sort of highlight stoppages towards the end of last year, and certainly one for his show reel.
You're showing fast. You obviously got fast reflexes, but obviously that's the Booth gym trait, isn't it? They all dine out on reflexes and explosive power coming forward with fast combinations of fast one-punch dynamic shots.
Palacios we saw up in Newcastle just last week. He went 6 rounds on that occasion with Darren Ray early on in Ray's career. Here, 8th pro outing tonight for Eubank.
Oh, it's a good shot there from Eubank. It just dipped the shoulder for that right hand.
Yeah, you can see the speed of movement and the reflexes. He exploded into that right hand and almost landed with the left too. He's looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, maybe he got a little bit excited after he landed that shot and just maybe got too close to the target, but not there though. That was a good bit of judgment and distance there from Eubank with that right hand. Just turning the screws here a little bit on Palacios.
Concentration levels high, and the upper body movement's pretty good.
Just used to fake that right hand though, and then just to come back with a left hook.
Looking sharp, Eubank. Through that first round, he was starting to find his range. Not 100% on point with the reach and range, but you just sense he was starting to get there.
Yeah, but he came out nice and relaxed, didn't he? And I think that low left hand thing is the style of the gym, isn't it? And that's how they work it. But they have a nice wide stance, so they can always explode off that back foot with power and speed as well. They see it there, just making this little dip of the left shoulder, coming back with a beautiful right hand. And he's getting the distance right, because that was a short right hand. He's throwing some nice long right hands. I think we're going to probably see one here now, I would have thought. There you go, nice long right hand there. So his judgment of the distance is spot on straight away. And he's doing that because he's dictating the pace with that front foot. He's not pushing you back with it, but he's sticking the centre of the ring. He's making you work around him.
Here we go then into round 2. Harlem Eubank is almost bang on, just slightly over the 140-pound limit. And MTK have got an absolute running river source of fighters in this division, haven't they? Ennis Brown, of course, Mikey Saki, who we saw actually in this ring a few months ago, Barry, Tyrone McKenna, Lewis Benson, who went head-to-head. You got guys coming through like Sean McComb in Ireland, Ashbanoff, who's only had a handful of fights as well. Dara Foley you probably throw into the mix as well. And given the fact that we've seen, in recent years, Okoli, Isaac Chamberlain go head-to-head. Now you've got Daniel Dubois, of course, and Nathan Gorman going head-to-head. And maybe, just maybe, this is the culture that we're moving into, and perhaps some of those fights will be made.
You have to, because they're all, not all the top fighters in the country, but most of them, I think. Shot O'Hara Davis, another one, 140, and And obviously maybe the best one out of the lot is take away Josh Taylor, of course, is Jack Cattrall.
Yeah,
all MTK managed fighters. So
yeah, I suppose a few of them have got their eyes on
bigger things,
slightly different thing. Cattrall going to world level, and you know, Tara
but
McKenna's got an opportunity coming up in the summer.
But if that world level, if it doesn't quite work out for you, then you come back down, and then those fights are there waiting for you.
Well, that's going to be the interesting thing for Liam Walsh, isn't it? Coming up later on tonight, he wants to fight whoever, anybody. All the best fights are super feather-stroke lightweight for him.
No, it's nice here from Eubank. Palacios just trying to do a little bit of a shuffle or something with his feet, and Eubank jumping right on him. So the concentration's
looking sharp though, Eubank. And Palacios is pretty sturdy. I think he's only been stopped 5 times, but he's actually only been stopped twice in the last 3.5 years. He's gone the distance each of his last 12. Now that right hand he just managed to ride, but a little wince on the back of it.
He throws a little bit of a lazy jab, Palacios, and I think Eubank has found that's good from Eubank, rather than that right hand snappy left hook. Looking really good now. A lovely flow to his work. It sounded like the bell, didn't it?
Did, yeah. I think someone dropped a plate in the kitchen, but he did so. And Eubank kind of backed away. Lovely body shot for him.
You know you're not selling enough tickets when you can hear the plates drop.
Nice jab again from him.
Oh, that's lovely. Just having the confidence there, he should have been throwing a jab, or you would tell people, but having the confidence there to slip punches and let punches come over your head to throw that double left hook to the body and the head.
And he kind of he does kind of explode into the shots, Barry, doesn't he? So that the punches come from distance, they're quite long. Is that working for him?
It's working a treat for him. I think his judgment of distance has been spot on from the first bell. And I think now he's starting to slip inside shots. I think that's it. For the way he fights, that's important to have that confidence to allow punches come over your head and not panic. It sounds simple, but it's very difficult to do and very hard.
I suppose more so when you go up in class.
Of course, you get that wrong. And you don't dip low enough, or you don't dip to the side quick enough. Then you take a full-blooded shot with no defence. So to have the vision and the confidence to do it, and if you can get it right, makes you a nightmare to fight. And also pushing, because they have a wide stance, and pushing off that back leg makes all your punches a little bit more snappy, more explosive, and you can get a bit more speed on the shots, but also drains a bit of energy. So the opponent needs to make you fight at a higher pace. That's what Palacios can't do. And what Eubank's doing is he's taking the centre ring and making Palacios do all the work, and he's just waiting for Palacios to make a mistake and then making him pay for it. Palacios needs to try and push him back or fire more punches and make Eubank throw more punches than he wants to. But I don't think he's capable of that.
Moving into the third round, what Palacios has done so far is he kind of rides the right hand quite well, just managing to deflect some of the power by just turning the cheek away from it so far.
Let's see Eubank when he throws that right hand to the body, like him just take a little lean back on the back foot and then fire back with the right hand over the top.
He's just trying to up the tempo in this round, Eubank. You can see it. Oh, that was fast, sharp counters. Just before that, Barry, I was just wondering that, as he's going through the levels and people trying to punch back, will that suit his style? Will the openings be there?
Well, I'm sure they will, but also, people are more accurate and they throw sharper punches, and so, who knows whether it works for you. But it's working for him now, and he's honing that skill. And his concentration's been good as well, because even though he's being offensive and this guy hasn't got much to answer back with, you can sometimes switch off and just come forward, forgetting about what's coming back, and get caught. And to Eubank's credit, that's not happening right now. He's got a good shot.
Yeah, that was better, leading with the left hook. He's been trying to lead with the right hand, and I think Palacios has sort of switched onto it so far, managing to ride it pretty well.
I don't think Eubank has concussive power yet. You know, I don't think he has that, but he's a sharp puncher and he will hurt people and stop people for sure. Well, we've seen him knock people out, you know, with fantastic shots. But I mean, I don't think he's like every shot that hits you with rocks you to the soles of your boots type fighter. But he picks his punches well, and that lead left took you through as well. There wasn't much tell in the shot, and I think that makes him difficult to fight against.
He's getting a good bit of experience as well. About a year and a half ago, he went to Monte Carlo and that Jamie McDonald-Solis bill that features Bivol and Scott Quigg.
That's good shot.
Oh, clipped him with the right hand, and that kind of turned Palacios. Sometimes those can catch you on the side of the face or the temple and really disorientate, but he seems to have regrouped.
And that's good vision there from Eubank, because there was a little gap. There wasn't much of a gap. He took the right hand to the body, seen Palacios move off to the left, go a little bit side on, just seen a little gap and just jumped. And could he got that wide stance, he can jump straight into the attack.
Right hand again, he's caught them with another one, and the pressure's just starting to mount for Palacios. The frequency of the shots that are landing are coming thicker and fast.
That was a really good round there for Eubank for me. I think he boxed really well. Everything was on point for him, you know, the concentration was superb, the vision, he's seen the gaps. You know, he was picking the right punch. Look at that, there's no telling a left hook there, just dips the front foot without much really of a tell what he was going to throw. Just jumps into the left hook. Again there, even under a little bit of under fire, if you will. Still enough focus and calmness in his work, just throw the left hook when Palacios throws the right hand. And he's feeling comfortable, and he knows this guy's got nothing to hurt him with. The guy hasn't got enough speed in his work to worry Eubank, so he's happy just to sit in the pocket and make punches come over his head, slip and slide, and pick his shots up well, and that's what he's doing. And more importantly, even though Palacios is doing all the work, he's doing more work. He's not landing with any punches, and Eubank is dictating the pace just with the feet, not with the punch, not with the work output, just with the feet. Taking the centre of the ring, making Palacios do all the work with his legs, tiring himself out, and just allowing Eubank just to pick his moments when he wants to throw, and pick the angles and pick the gaps in the defence, and he's doing that very, very well.
Well, he's always been sporty and athletic and surrounded by sports in one way or another. He was involved in karate as a 7-year-old for about 4 years. He did box once as a 14-year-old, but football and serious football got in the way. He signed pro for Brighton and Hove Albion, actually, although he was released by them eventually. But he's kind of used to that sort of professional mindset, which I suspect can only help. And football's loss, or his loss to football, meant that the boxing was back in his life, and here we are. Almost a right hand landed by Palacios. Bit of a rarity.
Hasn't learned his lesson, has he, Palacios? He just keeps bringing that left hand to his chest every time he throws that jab. The jab's too slow from Palacios. And if Eubank does really step in with that right hand, I'm not sure whether Palacios can withstand the power. See, he's just coming over the top with it.
Oh, good body shot, wasn't it? Yes. Not quite connected with the right hands yet. The kind of glancing of Palacios as he turns his head away. Hopefully we're going to see quite a few of the Farmy Army down here, Barry. That'll bring back memories. Of course, still turning out in force for Ryan Walsh, of course, British featherweight champion.
How those two haven't been fighting in Norwich all the time on a regular basis. I always just found it strange. They take a real, they got a real good following. Both the brothers, well, three of the brothers at one stage, but both of the brothers with Ryan and Liam, and just think, Liam can get back now if he shows some good and he gets consistent work. Surely we're going to Norwich sometime soon.
We're certainly going to see him on an IFL ESPN Plus bill. Ryan will be defending his British title, which he, of course, he owns outright now, doesn't he? He's going to be defending that at the end of June, I think it is. End of another round, and another round that Harlem Eubank is enjoying plenty of success. Is he getting closer to landing the big one, Barry?
I don't think so. I think he didn't take a round off, but he just relaxed a little bit. I don't think he was as sharp as he was in the previous round. And he's not frustrated, but just maybe realising, I'm just not sure I'm going to get the shot to put this guy to sleep. I think you got to work the body a little bit more there. To see that left at the body, I think that's the route for him. But it's comfortable, maybe too comfortable for him right now. He came up really sharp the first few rounds. It's been a little bit too easy for him. He's enjoying himself, but I think he can just put his foot on the gas a little bit more now and just get a little bit more angles in his work, spin around the target a little bit just to find that perfect space for that right hand.
Into round 5 then. This one scheduled for 6. Eligio Palacios has gone the distance each of his last dozen fights, including over the 6 rounds when we saw him last weekend. So he's pretty well versed in that, pretty durable. Spray from a couple of those right hands landed on us.
Nice, good sharp shot. Again, there's not much to tell, is there, in that left hook? He just doesn't pull it back a little bit, just jumps off the front foot with it. See the last couple of rounds with that right hand there from Eubank, it's just been a little bit rounded.
And what that's exactly what I'm thinking. How does he get that to connect? Is it straightening it up, or does he have to bring the left hand into play to set it up?
Well, he has to. Yeah, if you jab to if you jab to the best thing for him with the guy so side on, if he jabs to the left shoulder, squares him up, and then throws the right hand on the gap. But listen, he's not doing anything wrong, Eubank. He's been more than comfortable for him.
Good jab. Nearly, didn't quite work for him, but nearly. That's the kind of thing there. That's the idea.
Yeah, he's thinking and trying to adapt and trying to change a bit of tactics and the angles. And that's, as a trainer, I think you'd be happy with that, even if it's not working. The things they're working on in the gym, he's trying to implement in the ring. And again, you want everything fast but not rushed. I think that's sometimes getting that balance right is very difficult. And that all comes with experience, of course, which he's gaining.
And the closer we get to the finishing line, oh, good right hand that. And the more you can see that Palacios is bearing that in mind, a little more reserved.
Well, he's been on survival mode after the second round, really, Palacios. And rightly so. I think if he's been more adventurous, I don't think he'd be in here right now.
That's on the side of the head.
Well, he is, but he's turning his head, so I don't see what he can complain about.
Eubank really was trying to force it through that last minute, and he landed quite a few heavy shots in the process.
He is trying, but he got more gears to go through, and I think he could have went through him then. I think in this last round, I think we'd like to see him. He's done nothing wrong. He's boxed really well, Eubank, and I think certainly the first 3 rounds, he looked like absolutely fantastic. The thing for me, even though he's still trying, he's been happy to stay at this pace, and I think he got a few more gears that he could go through, and I think he could go through them quickly. You see, when he explodes into his shot, Palacios can't see it coming, he can't answer it. So, and that right hand, he's trying to chop down with it, but it ends up being a little bit rounded, so he's not quite getting flush on the chin, and maybe Palacios can just see it enough, not to evade it, but just tense up and absorb the shot a little bit more. So I think if it's a little bit straighter, a little bit more dynamic down the pipe, then I think that might be a
you might get more rewards from that right hand.
Yeah, is it just an... It's all Eubank, things that it's fair to say. We're sort of nitpicking with little points here and there. I enjoyed when he started working behind the jab in that 5th round. He's got the footwork and the speed to kind of not bother about that, but I still enjoy the basics.
Well, it's because it's Eubank. You know, it's all Eubank. He's boxing a guy who's won 7 and lost 43, so it was never going to be anything but. But I think, you know, the first 2 or 3 rounds, he was really sharp, really dynamic, and the stoppage looked, for me, I think you could see him catching him with a pearl out of a shot, or rattling those combinations off, and maybe forcing this guy to take a seat. But then, to be fair, also Palacios has been more negative as the fight's gone on, and that makes it a little bit more harder for Eubank to have more success. And also wide stances and pushing off your feet, you know, being explosive takes a lot of energy. So obviously you train that way, so it should be easier for you than it was someone who doesn't train that way, of course. But it also, you know, it drains you. It's a give and take, isn't it? More explosiveness, less maybe stamina. That's how you get that mix right. So maybe he's just trying to pace himself a little bit more here, Eubank.
Again, that right hand exploding into it from distance, managing to land Eubank. Palacios doing anything he can just to buy himself a little bit of time.
Just maybe looking for that big shot now, Eubank. That's better. Just keep that little body movement. It'll force what happened then. It'll force Palacios to throw. A little twitchy head movement all the time, and it'll force Palacios to throw because he'll think there's an attack looming. When he does throw, because he hasn't got fast hands, he's slow. Pushes out those shots, then you can counter.
Constantly on the back foot, though, isn't he, Palacios? I mean, he's all footwork and movement.
Yeah.
You can see why he survives.
And he changes direction. No, that's nothing that clever about that, but he changes it at the right time. You can always see Eubank just about to set, and then Palacios will just change direction, go the other way. That means Eubank got to just start that process all over again. Of hunting him down, picking his spot, and then let it go.
He's been complete reverse gear in this round. He's been a bit frustrating, Palacios.
But Eubank hasn't been frustrated, and that's been good. He kept his temperament, he's kept it nice and cool, calm, and just try to think about his work all the time. And that was a good display. I think the first 2 or 3 rounds, especially, were really good from Eubank.
And surely a clean sweep, another step along the way. First outing as well for what, 5-6 months. So you know, important to blow away the cobwebs the new year and get the next stage of his career up and running.
Well, of course, you know, that's his 8th fight now, and, you know, and he's learning all the time. He's in a gym full of quality, which also helps. So that'll bring you on, you know, tenfold more than all the fights. That'll bring you on. Being around quality fighters, how they train, how they live, with the little moves they make, you'll mimic them without realising, of course. And you can see that because a lot of the booth gyms, for whoever's actually doing the training for them, they all have the same sort of way, don't they? You can tell who they've been trained by and where they train. But it's good. He looked really good, and I think more impressive than the punches and the movement was him thinking, his brain, his boxing brain early in the fight. You can see him looking for the spots, picking his punches really well.
Well, looks sharp, and I suspect he won every round. Let's get confirmation now with TK.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Chaz Coakley has scored the bout 60 points to 54 in favor of your winner, Harlem Eubank.
Harlem Eubank notches up another win. His opponent was a bit negative tonight, wasn't he, Palacios? You can see why he survived, but Eubank was pretty sharp, particularly through the first half of the fight, and I think he'll have more willing opponents the more he moves up through the grades, and I suspect they'll be busy with him now, Barry. We'll probably see him on another show coming up soon.
Yeah, and I think obviously the gym work's important, but I think keeping busy for a young guy, early in this stage of your career, keeping busy is imperative. That the things you do in the gym, you produce them in the ring. And for me, again, more than any punches he threw, more than any movements he made, was that you could see him thinking about his work. And intelligence in your work is a hard trait for a boxer to produce. And I think tonight, Eubank showed intelligence that will take him on as his career progresses.
Thanks very much, Barry. Yes, clean sweep on the cards, back in business. How important was it just to get out and busy again at the start of the new year?
Really good. I've been in the gym since December 8th, my last fight. So it's my first fight of the new year. Feels like a fresh year. I've been working a lot in the gym and just working them things through in the ring. There's different types of opponents. Today was a tall, more gangly, a long-armed switch hitter. So it was good to just work through what I've been learning in the gym and keep progressing my craft.
You look pretty sharp, particularly through the first half. I think he went into reverse mode more as the fight went on. What are the things that you've been working on? What are the things you still want to work on?
Just keeping my composure in there, calm pressure, which is what I was working towards the latter half of the fight. And yeah, just little skills, intricate things, which I've been working for in sparring and trying to implement there in the fight. I don't necessarily go out to stop everyone I'm in there with at this point. I'm looking to improve my skills, and this is, if I can get full 6 rounds in, it's perfect for me at this stage.
You look like you're comfortable in your own shoes. You look like you've kind of found your style. Is that the case?
Yeah, definitely. This has always been my kind of style, but again, it's just working through the little things and refining it. So it suits me perfectly, and that's what we're working through in the gym, refining it and progressing more and more. That's where I want to be.
How much are you enjoying being part of that Adam Booth gym with the likes of Conlon and Burnett and all of those guys?
We've got 2-time world champion in Ryan Burnett. We've got Michael Conlon, who's on his way to becoming a superstar. Josh Kelly on his way to becoming a superstar. You've got Joe Joyce, Shannon Courtney. You've got full of thriving talent, and I've been in the ring learning from these guys as well. So it's only going to progress me further, and we love it. We love the atmosphere in the gym. It's good people as well as fighters.
Fantastic. Listen, well done tonight. Enjoyed watching you. Thanks very much to Harlem. We got some VT on our next fighter coming up.
My name is Gino Cantus, also known as Gino Cantus. I'm an MTK fighter. I love boxing simply because I love to fight. I started as a kickboxer, and even since then it was all fights, all brawls. And my relationship with Adam, I don't know him quite long. I know him for a year, half year. He just saw my fights even longer ago, 5 years ago. He saw my fights when I fought in the UK, and he liked me. He liked my style. My boxing style is quite aggressive. I like to punch hard, hooks, straights, doesn't matter, uppercuts. I like to fight. Some people compare me to Mike Tyson, I don't know.
He's a very exciting fighter. He comes forward, he's throwing bombs. Look, we don't really like to use the term, but he's a mini Mike Tyson. He's coming to hurt people. On May the 11th in Brentwood, you're going to see fire. Gino Cantus is coming to destroy people. That's his name, the Dutch Destroyer, and that's what he's going to do, destroy people.
I was supposed to fight Nicky Jamman, but he pulled out a second time. But we've found a replacement, the #1 in Czech Republic, He brings the fight, I bring the fight, so let's settle a brawl and see who's the strongest.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Tomasz Bezwoda.
Next fight up, you'll be seeing Gino Cantus in just a sec, but first his opponent from the Czech Republic tonight is the 31-year-old Tomasz Bezwoda, who's only been stopped once. He's lost 5 times, and that includes 4 on the bounce, but only 1 stoppage defeat in that, and he's been 10 rounds a couple of times too. So he's designed here to give Canters a few rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Gino Canters.
Well, making his way to the ring, the second of our former kickboxing world champions tonight. Jamie Whelan making his pro debut earlier on, and Gino Canters, the Dutchman, likewise getting to the top of the tree in that particular discipline. He's now making his way to the ring for the 10th time as a pro. He's been pretty hard matched, we've got to say. He's got 1 draw, 2 defeats on his record as well. He has been stopped once, but when you consider who he was in with, absolutely no disgrace at all. More on that to come. He's calling out everyone. He wants big fights, and there's a few with MTK in this division in his weight who might surely oblige. And that could include, of course, one Danny Dignam coming up later on. He's only 22, though. Canters got a terrific attitude, 9 years younger than his Czech opponent tonight. Same height, just about the same weight they were as well. And there their records are pretty much a similar level of experience. But Canters wants to be pushed, and we're going to get to see him tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 6 rounds in a middleweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone and 11 pounds with a professional record of 6 wins, 3 by way of knockout and 5 losses. Tonight wearing the black trunks, all the way from the Czech Republic. Please welcome Tomáš Bezvoda. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone and 10 pounds with a professional record of 6 wins, 3 by way of knockout and 2 losses. Tonight wearing the black and gold trunks from the Netherlands. Please welcome Gino Canters. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Every.
Boxes, please. Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both.
Right, so here we go. Skated for 6th this at middleweight. Gino Canters, the Dutchman. His second spell boxing. He made his debut about 3.5 years ago, but he was out for just a few months, shy of a couple of years, and he's come back energized and full of the game. And at the level of how much he sort of wants to get in the ring, described as the mini Tyson, by the way, Barry. You can sort of, the size of his legs would just about the same as Iron Mike, as he trades jabs with Bezvoda right at the start.
And he's strong and bullish, and you know, and you can see, certainly see he's heavy-handed. You just worry, and I could be seeing him before here. Last time we were obviously here in Brentwood, and all the quality you got in this lovely uppercut there, left at the body. He doesn't move his head. He's a target that he hit himself, and he sort of takes that gamble. You know, you catch me, but I'll catch you, and mine will hurt you more than yours hurts me. But I just think, you know, a little bit. You know, do you want to call yourself a mini Tyson, or people call you that? You can get that pendulum motion with the head, and always be a move. Even when you're coming forward, always be a moving target, just so a guy can load up and set you up for a shot.
And of course, the other beauty of Tyson is he weighs in with a couple of heavy shots. Was of course the jab. Tyson, for a short guy, his jab was sensational.
Well, he's staying nice now, and he'd explode out of a crouching stance with the jab, wouldn't he, Tyson? It's a nice uppercut, but again, look at that, no head moving. Let's take a left hook back. There, Canters lands with a good shot, and because he doesn't move the head or move the feet, he's a target to be hit.
Bezvoda's been pretty hard matched himself. He went to Germany, went 8 rounds last month with an unbeaten fighter in Tony Kraft. Talk about being chucked into the lion's den. Cantor's in his 4th pro fight was stopped in the last round of 8 by Gevor Ketchikan. That name will probably ring a bell. He went the distance with Gilberto Ramirez.
And
De Gale, he went to the 11th round with De Gale. That was a 4th pro fight for Cantor's.
That was in Essex, I think, when he was in the shopping centre.
Yeah.
Or my club by a shopping centre or something. Blue Water, was it?
Yeah.
I think just as you were talking, just when you started talking, I think Cantor's sort of just hurt Bazzoda there with the little right hand of the body.
They both landed in that exchange, but it was
Below
Bazzoda
there.
who kind of backed off.
Below that left hook there, Cantor's.
He might just have Bazzoda on the back foot now. Maybe felt that power a wee bit. Yeah, just a little. I think he might have been hurt by a body shot, Bazzoda. I think Barry might be right. Just had a deep breath, and he's taking his time to get back to his corner.
I don't think Cantor saw it. It was a sort of right hook come uppercut, right with the right hand.
Well, he's having a right good breathe, Barry. I don't know if he normally stands up in between rounds, but he is.
You see it there, just got on the replay there, lovely. Just took a breath after that there, did Bazzoda. I don't think Cantor's realised he'd done the damage. I think he would have jumped all over him. But what you're seeing here is some good work from Cantor, showing that physical strength and some good punches, especially the uppercuts. But then after that, just stand in front of the target, no head movement, and being quite easily be able to be caught back and against maybe someone who's a bigger puncher. Could spell a little bit of trouble for him. So I think you have to maybe always think about what you do after you throw the shots. You throw when you turn around the target, you move the head, you dip your legs. Has to be something.
Here we go then, into the second round. Has that time in between been long enough for Bazzoda to recover from the body shot, because they were basically holding out his trunks away from his stomach, and he was standing up in between rounds all through that, and he was huffing and puffing.
Wow, lovely uppercut there from Bazzoda. He's really come out, haven't he, in this round?
Well, maybe meet fire with fire. He thinks that's the only way to go.
Well, you can hear Cantor's corners just saying, just touch him, but you've got a feeling that Cantor doesn't really know what that is, just touch him. Every shot's the finishing punch for Cantor's.
And although he's sort of 3 stoppages from 6, he does look quite heavy-handed. Stocky, muscular. I suppose maybe he needs to realise that not every shot has to be an absolute loader, and that you can still get the same result maybe with a bit more thought, but we'll see.
And also, sometimes you just reduce a bit of power just to get a little bit more speed in the shot, and that's something like that has a better effect to finish the fight.
I think Bazzoda taking a bit of solace in comfort up close. And shouting to him, roll hook to Gino Cantor's.
Good there from Bazzoda there, nice little left hook, just tipping the head there as well. Good response, so back there from Cantor's.
Very much a work in progress, Cantor's, isn't he? But I think he can't help but be in some good fights pretty early on in his career.
That's good there from Cantor's there. Just look, he was puffing a little bit there, but he just dipped the shoulder, come out with a lovely right hand over the lazy jab there of Bazzoda.
I'll tell you what, Bazzoda's been puffing and panting though all the way through this round. He really is trying to force himself here. He's sort of dragging it out himself pretty early on.
Good there from Bazzoda again. Going to start pushing him back, Cantor's now in the next round. He's had his round off for me, and he's allowed Bezvoda to come forward.
Yeah, I think it was a good response from Bezvoda, wasn't it? Whether he was, because he was hurt in the first round, whether he was. I think he's put in a shift that round though, didn't he? I think he's feeling it.
Knackered in the corner, doesn't he? But he came out, to be fair, he came out straight from the bell in that second round there, constantly trying to push Cantor's back, and had a really good start to the round. Cantor didn't do much at all. He sort of got his work together a little bit there as the round went on, Cantor's, but for me, he's more effective going forward, Cantor's, because he doesn't really have any sort of defence, does Gino Cantor's. But you can't be on the move. You've got to be the one pushing forward. You're making the guys feel your power. You know, you want to be following through with your shots, not with your back to the rope, so you can't really push off and get the maximum power or leverage on your punches.
Into the third round, and then Gino Cantor's in the black and gold trunks. 10th pro outing for him. He wants to be in good fights. He wants to be in fights against the names as well. He's already mentioned the likes of Cummings and Keeler, although he's a work in progress. He seems some way off those kind of guys. That's the kind of attitude he's bringing to the ring.
Takes a right down there though, where he squares himself up with their Cantor's.
Mind you, I think Cummings and Cantor's actually, you could see that being a good fight, couldn't you?
What about Troy Williamson? If he stays at middleweight, if he decides to, if he's middleweight or super welterweight, but if he stays middleweight, there's a fight right there.
Yeah, we saw him looking good, heavy-handed in Newcastle last weekend.
Good from Bezvoda again, though.
Yeah, very much so, getting through with his own shots. He fancies having a bust a gut to do it, but and he's used to putting in some rounds. You see, a couple of times he's lost on 10 rounds. One in Germany last December by majority decision. The other for the Czech middleweight title last summer.
He's certainly holding his own here. The counters, he has no defence counters. It's really bad, actually. It's way too easy to hit.
And Bezvoda has maybe cottoned on to the fact if he can push him back, then that'll make things so much easier.
Again there from Bezvoda there, left hook to the body.
And a big right hand getting through. Whether it's hard work or not, he's getting the better of this round by some way.
He's the busier of the two, that's for starters. Better from counters there, a little bit of snap in that left hook. They're putting those punches together.
Closing seconds then of the third round. It was a big effort in the second round from Bezvoda. He's had more success in this third.
Starting to push his punches as well now, though, Bezvoda feeling tired, but a really good effort in the third round.
Yeah, big effort from him. I think clearly Bezvoda's round. Debatable about how you would choose who the second round went to, having had a pretty big first round. Cantor's having hurt Bezvoda. Has this turned around? And I suppose the question is, can Bezvoda keep it up? Given he's looked knackered since the end of the first.
Well, he has, but he's having that minute to recover. He's coming out. He's the one pushing the pace. To be honest, he did that round. He was the busier of the two. And Cantor's landed some good shots early in the round. I think it was Bezvoda who kept that work ethic going, and for me, he didn't have to win that round. And Cantor's just pushing his punches too much. He's got to relax a little bit, get a bit more whip in those shots. and start putting them together in 2s and 3s and possibly 4s if he can.
Well, there you see the Cantor's corner, but there's an energetic rallying call in that of Bezvoda, who really charged up his corner. And here he is again trying to push back Cantor's.
Oh, it's lovely there from Cantor's there. To be fair, Bezvoda's asked for that because he's just so slow and lazy with that left hand.
And suddenly exploded into a combination, Cantor's. That was much more like it.
Oh, nice uppercut as well there from Cantor's. Troubled Bezvoda's a little bit there, that right uppercut. Cantor's need to step on the gas a little bit now, a little bit more acceleration in the work.
Oh, good body shot there.
Needs to change that there. Straight after the right to the body, he needs to whip that right hand right through the middle, right up, nice right uppercut, right through the guard.
Taking it in turns, this pair. Oh, a little bit of quality in the work of Cantor's this round.
Lovely uppercut there from Cantor's again.
And every time he lands one of those shots, it had a noticeable effect one way or another. I'm not saying that bar the first round he's been hurt, Bezvoda, but he's getting a reaction, Cantor's. And although he's been boxing mainly on the back foot through this fourth round, he's actually landed the more eye-catching shots, and there's another one. The uppercut gets through.
But he's slowed down, hasn't he? Bezvoda, he hasn't got the same sort of energy in the punches that he was throwing earlier on, and that's making it a little bit easier for Cantor's just to counter him, sit back on the ropes and counter him. But I still think Cantor's is better when he's pushing the guy back.
Trying to do that, trying to land with the uppercut again. Oh, there, he just missed with it. He's gone for that 3 or 4 times in this round. Good body shot from him.
But look how more effective he was when he was moving his head there, Cantor's.
He really did land some heavy, accurate shots in that round, Cantor's. That was much more like it, actually. You know, in some ways, that was even more impressive than the first round.
Oh, much more, because you have to think about his work. He's a bit more head movement as well, picking his punches better, a little bit more snap in the shots as well, for me. But he's still, you know, being the strong bull-like fighter, you know, I think, and again, with not very good defense, then I think you have to be the one, you know, make your offensive defense by pushing a guy back, being a bit more active with the hands, and also trying to get pushing off that back foot, trying to get a little more explosive power in the punches.
Meanwhile, over in the other corner, Thomas Bezvoda, he is sitting down now, taking his rest in between rounds. He's looked exhausted pretty much since the end of the first round. Maybe that body shot really did hurt him and take effect more than you might have thought as they move into the fifth. He's gone 28 rounds in 3 of his last 4 fights, Bezvoda. It might just be his demeanour.
That's good from Cantor's there. Nice little throwing in flurries now.
Was that last round the fourth where Cantor's was starting to get through? Right hand from Bezvoda. Only been stopped the once, Bisvoda. That was up in Bolton in December. 3 rounds to Jack Cullen, really tall, lanky Northern fighter. Barry and I have seen him a couple of times. We've commentated on him. He's got one of the best ring monikers in the business, hasn't he?
Cleaver.
Little Levers Meat Cleaver.
Little Levers Meat Cleaver, yeah. Fantastic. Good jab there for Candace. She just loosened up around the shoulders a little bit, hasn't he? Made him a little bit harder target to hit as well, as because he's loosened around our shoulders. He's just got a little bit more lateral movement to his work, a little more upper body movement. Means that head's not just a sitting target to be banged.
Oh, both landed there, and on that occasion it was Bisvoda who came off better. Well, mentioned to Harlem Eubank, didn't it, about sort of enjoying your style, finding your style as a young boxer. It's never too late to develop and fine-tune and change that. You know, Marco Antonio Barrera went from more of a fighter and a brawler to a boxer second half or latter stages of his career.
Of course, but you have to be able to do it first, and and it all starts in the gym. So you can't do stuff in the ring that you don't do in the gym. So if you box with your hands low, then when you're in trouble, you're not going to all of a sudden put your hands up and defend that way because you've never done it. So a lot of things are muscle memory. When you're under pressure, your brain sometimes goes into autopilot, and you have to do things that subconsciously you'll do things that you've done in the gym all the time when you've practiced.
And I suppose those are the difficulties and the issues when you're moving effectively from one sport to another, even though they're both combat sports. And that's very much the case for Gino Cantos now, going boxing from kickboxing.
Oh, the right hand there from Cantos.
And as soon as he gets a little sniff, he kind of explodes into it. Don't know how flush he landed that, but I tell you what, the pattern of this fight's been strange, hasn't it? It's one way into other.
But for me, just even though he took a few shots again there, Cantos, because again, defence is always going to be a problem for him. But just see, because he's relaxed on the shoulders, he's made his whole body more fluent in the movement, so he can take a step back. He can just make people miss a little bit with the head shots, and he's throwing in combinations as well. When he tenses up, he loads up. Then he can only throw single shots or in twos maximum, because he shouts when he throws those punches. So he's not going to throw more than two anyway when he's doing that. And they're going to lack the acceleration and pace that he needs to surprise the opponent.
I sort of feel, Barry, that whoever just won that 5th round might just be in front.
Or Cantos is a few rounds ahead now.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I thought he definitely won the first. That second, Bisvoda put in a big effort. That was debatable. Third, I thought Bisvoda won.
Yeah,
Fourth, I thought that Cantos won. That one.
Fit for him now, and yeah, so.
And here we are in the 6th. I certainly wouldn't argue if people had it 3-2 either way, but maybe the better work from Cantos. Nice left hand got through there from Bisvoda. Left hand's pretty low, isn't it, for Cantos?
Yeah, but ironically, it wasn't the right hand though. He got caught with a left hook. Again, see those shoulders are tightened up, and so you can see the punches coming. That's better from Cantos.
There's no doubt that the sort of guys he's been calling out, the likes of Cummings and Keeler, they'd be licking the lips, wouldn't they? They'd be loving an opportunity.
Well,
whether it's a possibility or not.
Well, you would. I think there may be some of these fighters he's calling out. Maybe just needs to develop a little bit more himself. Cantos first. He got a lot to work on. He got some good quality to his stuff as well. That's good. Look at that there. That's the tip of the shoulder, right hand over the top. So.
But it would seem a step up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course it would. certainly Keeler, because Keeler, holds the titles, boxed for 10 rounds, and it's been in against a guy who comes forward constantly like Cummins and cope with it, especially in the second fight, quite comfortable. So I think counters wouldn't be a problem for him at this stage of their careers for sure.
The other defeat, by the way, for Canters, shows you how hard he's been matched, was up against Kieran Conway. That was over 4 rounds last September in Birmingham. That was on the Can Vargas card, and Conway now unbeaten in 10.
Trying to force the pace a little bit here, Candice, but the feet maybe not as fast as they should be. That's better from him, lovely. Left the body, right hand over the top. Just needs to loosen up a little bit for me.
Big smile and a warm embrace at the end of that. It's Canters who's celebrating. He thinks he's won that comfy enough.
Well, he finished the stronger for me. He finished the second half of the fight. I think he won every round there, the last 3 rounds. So I think he certainly done enough to win the fight, and again, he does some good work, but he's starting to call out bigger names. Then there's things for him to work on. Defense is one of them. Upper body movement, and again, just relaxing those shoulders a little bit, just not being so tense and telegraphing some of the shots. And when you are a little bit more relaxed, you can throw those punches in 2s and 3s and rattle them off in combinations. And I think then you can sort of take a little step back or throw 3s and 4, and then throw a big one to finish. Then you could tense up for that last little shot if you want to, but tensing up telegraphs the punches a little bit and being a little bit overcritical to the kid. But you can see some good work he does, and then sort of spoils it by just standing in front of the opponent and taking shots after. So he does a few mistakes that make a bigger impact.
So 6 rounds completed in the middleweight division. We've seen Danny Dignam in this weight class coming up a little later on. Let's get confirmation of it with TK.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Lee Every has scored the bout 59 points to 56 in favor of your winner, Gino Canters.
Gino Canters it is, who gets
Please
the
hold your
nod
applause
by
for Thomas
3 points in the
Bezvoda.
end. The referee's scorecard, and he moves to 7 wins from 10. In his new discipline, very, very early days for him. Good attitude, bit of power, very raw, lots to work on. But always relishing the challenge, and he gets the job done, getting a few photos taken. He gets his dad up in the ring with him. And we'll be moving on soon. We've got plenty more coming up. A couple of welterweight contests over 6 rounds. The pair of Danny Dignam, Liam Walsh still to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Fernando Valencia.
First of our 2 contests at 147 pounds, welterweight. Fernando Valencia, Nicaraguan based in Spain. Familiar refrain. And he makes his way to the ring. He's been pretty busy. This is 3rd fight in just a matter of weeks.
Making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Sam Gilly.
Sam Gilly making his way to the ring now for the 8th time as a pro. Londoner, North Londoner these days. And in a division where Shaquille Day is also making moves as well. Just had a few fights more experience than Sam. moving up in distance as well, having been a couple of 4-rounders, quartet of them last year. He got a nice little stoppage actually when he was last out back in November, Sam. Sold a few tickets, got a few fans here. And they're getting into it, enjoying it. He certainly looked the part at the weigh-in in the last sort of couple of weeks. All the sparring pictures of him. And Rod Julian in his corner. There's Rod. Whipped him into decent shape for tonight's encounter. Here's the tail of the tape. You see a couple of years younger is Gilly than the Mexican, I should have said, now based in Spain, Fernando Valencia. He has had 20 fights, just the 7 so far, with 3 stoppages for Gilly. Out for the first time now in 2019.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 6 rounds in a welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 7 pounds with a professional record of 8 wins. Tonight wearing the purple trunks. From Mexico, by way of Gelsa, Spain, please welcome Fernando Valencia. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 9 pounds with a perfect professional record of 7 wins, 3 by way of knockout and no losses. Tonight wearing the black and gold trunks from Walthamstow, London, England. Please welcome Sam Gilly. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Cook.
Okay, you both know the rules. Defend yourself at all times. Keep your punches clean and on target. When I tell you to break, do so straight away and take a step back. Shake hands.
Lee Cook then referee taking charge of this one, Sam Gilly. Taller of the two up against Fernando Valencia, the Mexican based in Spain, who's only actually been stopped the once, and that was by Bradley Skeet in it 3 rounds last October. Gives you an indication of usually how solid Valencia's been wherever he's been over here a few times. He went the distance over 6 rounds last month. It was Chris Kango, who's unbeaten in 11, and he is now up against Sam Gilly, who's unbeaten in 7.
Because you've got that wide stance there, Gilly, you can just pepper him with the jab, because you can sit back on that back foot then, just take a little, it's not even, it's like a half a step because you've got that wide, and then you can fire back with the right hand over the top. Just force him to throw something back.
Oh, nice right hand got through, that was lovely. He was sort of watching what was coming his way, managed to avoid it and created space for the right hand.
Because when you are a tall fighter, when you have a longer reach and get, because you've got a naturally wide stance, you can almost throw that jab short on purpose, because you want to encourage a punch back. Because the guy's got shorter arms, he's got to overextend to reach you, and if you just take a little lean back on the back foot there, and you push down with it, you can fire back with something more substantial.
Well, defence and footwork's been pretty good from Gilly through the first minute or so.
And the jab and the judgment of the distance also has been pretty good here from Gilly.
Keeping his shape well, and the jab's working for it. Clipped him with the right hand.
I think the jab did more of the damage, actually. Lovely.
And he goes again, working behind that left hand. Valencia's been committing to 1 or 2 attacks in this first round. That's just been creating a bit of opportunity. Oh, big right hand. And just as he said, an aggressive Valencia, just exposing himself to Gilly, and Gilly's enjoying this. Big breakthrough, first round.
And what he did there well, Gilly, he just went to the body. Only with one punch just to drop the hands there of Valencia. Oh, a lovely left hook there from Gilly.
All over him, can't miss him with the right hand, but he clips him with it again. Valencia's all over the place.
And it's about keeping your distance now, not getting too close to smothering your own work and allowing this guy to hold or fire back. Keep it nice and long, keep that big long right hands raining in.
And he doesn't need to close the gap, because that's what was working so beautifully for him, taking the step back and the counter right hands. That was what worked, and it did all the damage in the first couple of rounds as Valencia shakes his head. He made plenty of mistakes, and those were punished in the first round.
Well, not a bad start there from Gilly, that's for sure. That's how you want to start the first round. Nice and composed, took his time, and he did take his time, worked behind the jab, and kept that distance and a nice long reach. And once he caught with a good right hand, he works here. That's a nice left hook to the body, and then he fired that right hand over the top that put Valencia on the floor. Yeah, good shot there, lovely work. But even before that, he was keeping the distance nice and well, nice and composed, just judging how far away Valencia was going to move back when he was going to caught with the right hand. What he was going to he was reacting.
Round two then, big start for Gilly. Is Valencia going to afford him the same opportunities in the second round? He actually came about from a firefight, whereas actually most of his good work had been controlled up to that point.
Body shot there from Gilly.
Yeah, nice left hand. Oh, I tell you what, he swipes him with the right hand again. He cannot miss with that shot.
He's hurt here, Valencia.
Yeah, he's blinking. He's under a lot of pressure. Another right hand goes in. He's kind of cowering under the attacks, Valencia. The right eye seems to be bothering him, and it's no surprise he's gone down. The referee will count. His right eye is bothering him. Looking across to the timekeeper.
I think he thought it was the doctor, to be fair. Valencia,
I think you're right.
That's a good right hand there from Gilly. What Gilly's doing when Valencia's trying to move away, he's just not letting up on throwing the shots. So Valencia thinks he's in a safe position, and he's getting tagged here by Gilly every time. Oh, good right hand. Got to fasten quicken those feet up there, Valencia, if he's going to rush into Gilly. Gifted him there with his chin.
Oh, Valencia's been ragged, but Gilly has capitalised on all of that and has looked sharp in the process.
And not rushing it there, Gilly, either.
A minute to go, still plenty time. It started with a body shot, didn't it?
Yeah. That's the punch that's doing all the damage.
Can't get out of the way of it.
And it's spinning him round as well, so he can't see what's coming next.
Left hand, gum shields out. The referee might break them now. There's that left hook. Sent the gum shield spinning into the air. Under a minute to go. Valencia's all over the place. And it's actually the other three. So the other three lads who are based in Spain, the Nicaraguans, are obviously sort of gym stroke housemates for him. They come together en masse. It seems they've all fought so far. I can see Omier over on the far side. Also Palacios, who's in action earlier.
Lovely shot there from Gilly, right through the guard.
And the right hand gets through again, Paddy. Bradley Skeet did it in 3, but he's threatened to do it quicker. Oh, huge shots. Referee's in. That's that. No doubt at all that Valencia could have continued. No doubt at all. It was a fairly a dramatic incident with it. The explosive 2 shots, the gumshoe went sailing out of the ring, Barry. And
I think the referee, because he's taking a bit of a battering, to be honest. But I think once the head went back, I think that was enough.
It kind of looked, and it looked worse than it was.
But the head gets whipped back. Then you start to worry about what's happening with the fella. But forget about all that. I think it was a good finish there from Gilly, it really was. But the whole performance was fantastic from him. He was nice and calm and patient with what he did, his work. Went about it with no air of urgency of what he was doing. When he hurt the guy, didn't get overexcited and try and throw a million punches or smother his work or get tied up. Even when he was in close, he looked the stronger, still trying to pick his shots. But he kept his distance quite well, and that's where all those long right hands, if they weren't hurting Valencia, they were spinning him round and setting him up for the left hook. And he looked uncomfortable for a long time there, Valencia. I think that's a right stoppage there for a referee. He could have went on. Of course he could have went on Valencia. But he was just getting whacked, he wasn't responding, he wasn't hitting him back. And when the head gets whipped back in there, I think the referee just thinks, hang on a minute, enough's enough.
I must admit, maybe it's a stylistic thing. I don't remember Valencia being so open and easy to hit. We went 6 rounds with Paddy Gallagher in Belfast. Shaquille Day, who's coming up next, he went 8 rounds with. But he's just been blitzed by Bradley Skeet in 3, and now Sam Gilly's done it in 2. Well, let's get confirmation of it. Spectacular win that is for Gilly.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Lee Cook called a stop to the action at 2 minutes and 53 seconds of round number 2 due to red corner unable to defend themselves. Declaring your winner, Sam Gilly!
And Valencia is sporting enough to hold up the arm of Sam Gilly. What a result that is. He sold a few tickets as well. He's boxing down at RG's Essex gym. Leighton Bourne, based in Walthamstow. He's covering all the bases, and they've come out and they've enjoyed themselves, and he should enjoy that moment, Barry.
Well, of course he should, and they'll be excited about this kid, because if he's selling tickets now, a performance like that means he sells more tickets than next, and they all go home and say, well, you want to see what Sam did last night? He's absolutely blitzed this fella. And they'll say, and obviously you do compare it then to people like Bradley Skeet. Oh, he did it quicker than Bradley Skeet did. He was a British champion, European title challenger, and close to a world title shot. So you cannot compare it to that. It was a mature display from a young man. That's what I can say about that. Not just getting a good finish and a good stoppage. It was a mature display from start to finish. And I think his camp, he'll be happy, but I think his trainers and his handlers will be the happiest of the lot.
Very much so, and bear in mind, he's done it sort of 6 rounds quicker than Shaquille Day, who's coming up next, who's a sort of couple of steps ahead of him. Now, styles often make up, but listen, with MTK, fighters in the same way, these sort of things.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I think Valencia struggled, as he did with Bradley Skeet, obviously struggles with guys, rangy guys, tall guys, because he makes mistakes. And with a tall guy, you lean over that front foot when you miss with the shot, and they can make you pay quite easily. But what Gilly did there, he put him under pressure without being too hectic with his work. Just every time Valencia made a mistake, he cracked him with the right hand over the top. Every lazy jab he was made to pay for Valencia. The jab from Gilly was just keeping Valencia at bay, stopping him from doing any quality work. And when they were in close, he took a little pause, Gilly, got a little bit strong, kept his shape all the time, and was able to work inside more effectively than Valencia, and really sort of played with him, let's be honest.
Well, Sam Gilly, not an MTK fighter, but if he sells tickets and he fights like that, I'm sure they'll have him back. And who knows, he might be moved up against one of their fighters in due course. Well, we're going to welcome such a fighter to the ring as soon enough, because Shaquille Day is coming up, same weight division, and he's looked pretty good recently.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Jonathan Valero.
Well, another fighter coming across from Spain is the Zaragoza man, Jonathan Valero, making his way to the ring now. Nine wins from 14 for Valero, the 30-year-old.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Shaquille Day!
Well, Shaquille Day's become a bit of a regular down here at Brentwood. His last couple of fights have been here. We saw him in March when he went the 8-round distance, stepping up to that for the first time, and that was on the back of a really taking performance here at Brentwood back in the autumn, where he absolutely blitzed Gabriel Domier in 3 rounds. A largely more skilled boxer, I think, than puncher, but he was pretty good and explosive that night. He's starting to get the rounds and get the experience. He's starting to enjoy his boxing as well, part of that I-box set up with Alan Smith, Eddie Lamb and the team. And here he is, making his 12th appearance tonight. Tail of the tape, he's 5 years younger than Valero, slightly shorter at 5'8". Came in a couple of pounds heavier as well, just above welterweight, as you can see. Unbeaten in 11 so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for 6 rounds in a welterweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 9 pounds with a professional record of 9 wins, 3 by way of knockout, 4 losses and 1 draw. Tonight wearing the red, white and blue trunks. From Zaragoza, Spain, please welcome Jonathan Valero. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 10 stone and 11 pounds with a professional record of 11 wins, 1 by way of knockout and no losses. Tonight wearing the black trunks from Bexley, London, England. Please welcome Shaquille the Black Mexican Day. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Chaz Coakley.
Okay, fellas, I've already spoke to you both. Keep them punches up. I don't want to see these heads going in. Touch gloves.
Scheduled then for 6 rounds. Shaquille Day looking to take the next step along the ladder. His last 4 fights actually have been here in Brentwood. I think that sort of fed its way into the crowd reception as well. You got a terrific reception there here. And just starting to fill up as well, with Danny Dignam still to come. Liam Walsh as well. Fantastic to see Liam back in action shortly. Barry, and you and I have called a couple of days' fights recently. It's skillful, getting better all the time.
Yeah, he is, you know, and he's a come forward fight. He's exciting to watch. You know, and he thinks about his work at times as well, which is good. And he's got an opponent here who, you know, I think he can go. I think he can take his time and really put some weight in the shots, because there's a guy here who can be hit. And if you've got to stop him with the feet. You've got to corner him off with the footwork. Guy who boxes with his hands quite low, so you can set him up for a big right hand over the top, and you can really fully extend with it and put everything behind the shot and try and get that stoppage.
Just clipped there by right hand. Little reminder there from Valero that it didn't necessarily be one-way traffic, but he's a kind of aggressive boxer, isn't he?
Yeah,
Come forward boxer.
Swinging from the rafters there, wasn't he?
Lost 4 times. He has been stopped on 3 occasions, Valero.
He's a double jab. Day. It doesn't matter about the first one, how much weight's on the first one, or even if it hits, as long as it's fast in the second one, that's where you've got to put the weight beyond the second jab, because that pushes him back to get the distance for the right hand.
He clipped a couple of times, whether that's carelessness or whether Valero's just timing him nicely on the way in.
Oh, lovely there from Valero. Lovely left uppercut off the ropes.
Spaniards are loving it.
Good jab there though from Day.
Yeah, that was better. He didn't overcommit.
And again, with the guy who moves his upper body quite a lot, got good lateral movement. You've got a double jab. You've got a jab into the chest with the first one, maybe. To get close there, just his second jab there for that right hand.
Well, last time we saw him back in March, he went the 8 rounds with Valencia, the same Valencia who Sam Gillies just blown out of there. But he looked pretty good. He was kind of on point and sharp right from the start. He got clipped a couple of times coming in, Barry, in that first round.
Yeah, he did. I think, again, a guy who's aggressive is always going to be a guy who's more susceptible to getting caught coming forward. But I think he doesn't really have much respect for the power of Valero. So I think he's happy to walk forward. But yeah, again, you want to see this movement here that he showed there. Just clips him with the right hand, but that a little bit of upper body movement, staying nice and low when you come into attacks. Both better than just standing up straight and walking forward, which he did now and again. He got clipped for it.
Oh, there you go. There's that big overhand right. Reminder there for Day.
Notice with Valero, he got an unusual right shoulder. The bone sticks out. It's almost like he's been dislocated.
Maybe that allows him to throw an unusual right hand.
Maybe that's all he can throw. Probably restricts him from throwing a straight right hand right down the centre of the guard. Which probably means you move to your left.
So a second round here. Shaquille Day in the black, the full fur, I'm assuming. Never have had that in your day, Barry, would they?
Oh.
A little bit of velvet, maybe.
Oh yeah, velvet. Nothing wrong with velvet, mate. I couldn't afford velvet shorts. That was like a London thing.
Tell me about it. Half my blazers are velvet. Oh, we just missed with that, but that was better from Day, thinking about what he was doing both in defence and then attack. One thing you can be sure about Day is that he will have a plenty of excellent sparring with numerous fighters in this weight class in his own gym.
So clip of the left hook there, Day. Squared the feet. And another little shot from Valero. That's better from Day. Good work.
Oh, accurate with every one of those shots.
Good uppercut there from Day.
Oh, right hand getting through too. Much more accurate. Sharp shots landing seemingly at will. Fair play to Valero. He's still trying to spy the counters. He's not going into his shell.
Yeah, he is. And keep the pressure on here, Dave. But maybe he's just lacks a little bit more intensity than maybe required for Valero under a lot of pressure. He's still being able to time his shots a little bit too easy here, Valero. Doesn't like the body shots, Valero, that's for sure.
Perhaps that's something that Day can work on as this one goes. End of that round. That's better for him. Managed to trap Valero over on the ropes, and he landed a couple of combinations. He was getting through in that round, more so than previously. Although Valero,
he's still clipping him, isn't he? And I think all that is because, yeah, that's a lovely shot. That's just well timed there from Valero. He does square up a little bit there, Day. But there's a few things, Day. When he lands, he did better. He kept his distance, but just take. You don't got to go spin around the target. Just take a little half a step to the left or to the right. Gives you a different angle of attack, and just makes Valero have to turn ever so slightly, so slows him down and makes him a little bit more aware before he throws that quick counter. And a bit more pressure with the feet, a little bit more intensity in the pressure with the feet. But you follow him out, you put him under pressure, but it's not quite enough, and Valero's got enough time to compose himself, to mount an attack. Be a little bit more intense. Ram that front foot right in the centre of his stance, make him panic straight away, make him throw when he doesn't want to throw, and then those shots lack accuracy and timing. Because Day has the engine to do that.
into the third round then.
Sorry, it doesn't mean Day has to throw a lot of punches just because there's more intensity. It just means the footwork puts the guy under pressure. The presence of you being there makes the guy panic.
They were really whipping up Valero in the corner in between rounds.
Well, he's landed with a few good shots, that's why. So you can see why you think you can have success here. Almost lined him up with that left hook there again.
Yeah, more success, little cameos, but enough warning signs. I don't know if the heads came close there, but he was clipped by a right hand in exactly the same spot on the left temple there, Valero.
It's good there from Day. Now we got to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, that's exactly the right sort of tactics. If he's ruffled, worry him even more.
Good work there from Day. Just the intensity is better. Lovely uppercut as well.
This is what Barry was asking for, maybe a bit more rhythm, a bit more intensity, and letting his hands go.
And he's throwing them from a different angle as well here, Alex. Just taking a little step to the side when he lets his punches go there, Day. There's no counters coming back from Valero because he hasn't got time to compose himself. As I said, he lands a nice little left hook.
Right on cue. Well, as mentioning, there's no shortage of good sparring in that iBox gym, of course, with the likes of Johnny Garton and Bradley Skeet, of course, Johnny Coyle as well. There's a bit of blood maybe coming from the nose of Valero. Been under a bit of pressure in this round.
That's a good uppercut again there from Day.
And the body shot that Barry was talking, there's another one.
That's better from Day, just the awareness, just to dip under those counters.
Oh, fantastic. The referee wasn't inside, there's no break called. And Day's maybe making an impression here, maybe a big impression.
There's the pressure there, it was a lovely right hand, but it was just the intensity of the pressure.
And the referee's waved it off. He's furious, Valero. It's just the body language more than anything else. I think Valero could have carried on, but he was down on his haunches, blood coming from his nose, and I think he was just giving the impression to the referee to step in.
But you can't, well, they're complaining to the referee now at the corner, but the thing is, you can't wait, you get up at 8. Don't try and get up at 9 and be too clever, that's what's happened there. He's sat down too long, and he was trying to get too much of a rest, and he's mistimed the count, of course. Because it's not 9-10, it's 9 out. The 10 is out, not 9-10 out. So I say that again, I keep saying the same thing.
Let's say it again. I just enjoyed it.
It's 9-10, it's not 9-10, it's 9 out. 10 is out, 10 is out, not 9-10 and out. That would be 11 count.
I came here for the boxing, and I've got an arithmetic lesson, even better.
I don't know what arithmetic means.
Here we go. Here we go. But what it was, sustained pressure, letting his hands go.
Again, it's the intensity of the pressure, because what happens then, Valero can't think about and got time to produce those good counts that he was doing in the first 2 rounds every now and again. And again, it's a lovely right hand. But the pressure he's had there for a good 30 seconds beforehand, that was the groundwork, and then obviously the right hand then was the cherry on the cake.
There's the reaction sort of belatedly from Valero, having got up somewhat lethargically, which means we have an early stoppage. Let's get confirmation of it now with Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time comes at 2 minutes and 49 seconds of round number 3. Due to a referee countout, declaring your winner, Shaquille Day!
Well, how about that? 2 stoppages in 3 for Shaquille Day now, having gone, 9 fights by way of decision. Rode a few bumps, took a few shots early on, but I think it's fair to say that once he turned the screw, Valero started to unravel a wee bit.
Yeah, he did, and I think what Dave was doing early in the fight, he likes to put pressure on you, he likes to be busy, and that's the way he fights, and he's effective doing that. But the pressure probably wasn't intense enough. And I don't mean with throwing millions of punches, which he did in the end, I just mean the pressure with the feet, as I was saying in the fight. So you've got to put that front foot in between their stance and make them feel your presence more than just hitting them all the time with shots. And that's what puts them under pressure. That's what makes they can't regulate their breathing, they panic, and they snatch at shots, and then it makes them an easier target to hit. And I think he did that in that last round, and then once he put him under pressure, once he landed with a good shot, he rallied with some fantastic combinations, and that's what made this guy fold. I think the right hand was a good shot, but all the work he did before that, the groundwork he did before that, with the pressure with the feet and the good punches that he produced in those combinations, that's what put him over, and that's got him the stoppage. And I think a fantastic finish and a really good win there for Day.
Much, Barry. Shaquille, 9 fights by way of decision, and suddenly here we go, 2 stoppages in 3.
Yeah, it's wicked. I'm excited. It's getting there now, showing that over the longer rounds I get a little bit more out of me, but just it's there in the tank. I just had tough opponents, I would say, as a starter out, but I don't mind. I don't mind. It's wicked. It's been wicked.
A couple of gentle reminders. He clipped you a couple of times through the first round and a half.
Yeah, the first round he caught me a few times, and I was thinking, why is he getting me? But at the end of the day, I'm going to get punched in the face at some point, so I've got to take it. So it is what it is.
Fantastic. This is becoming a bit of a second home for you, isn't it? Like 4 or 5 fights in a row here. You got a great reception tonight.
Yeah, 100%. It's a second home, but I would love to go back to the York Court because I am from South London originally. So that London show for me would be wicked, but I don't mind coming here and showing people what I've got, showing my talent around in other areas. It's wicked.
How would you describe your style, and how much are we starting to see what you're about?
I reckon if there's levels to it, we're probably about level 3 or 4. If there's 10 levels, then we've got to reach level 10 yet. So we're just starting out. So I've had a short amateur career. I'm like most of my trade doing as a pro. So the levels are just climbing slowly as we get through it. But I'm improving every time. I hope they can see it anyway.
And the good news is you got plenty of good welterweight sparring in that gym of yours.
100%. iBox is full of them. We've got Brad, we've got John, we've got CJ's there now. You might know him as Kevin Akurara, he's there as well. Lerone Richards is there for the sparring. It's filled with us. Danny Carr, it's wicked gym.
I'm sure they'll get you back at the York Hall soon enough. How do you want to be matched, and how do you see the next sort of year going in your career?
Hopefully even the next fight we get some sort of title. But that's what we've been talking about. Hopefully it's in the works right now. So the next one we come out, we have a title. So the main event, hopefully on a show somewhere.
Top man, we enjoyed watching you. Well done tonight.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks very much to Shaquille. He's done the business, and Danny Dignam looking to do that next.
Good luck, Dan.
My name is Danny Dignam. I'm an MTK fighter at middleweight. My record is 10 fights, 10 wins, 5 knockouts. I'd describe my boxing style as just an all-round thinking fighter. I'm not really a come-forward fighter. I'm not really a back foot fighter. Just I try and be smart, try not to get hit, but try and make people pay for when they miss. Boxing can take you all around the world. As an amateur, I went to numerous different countries. As a professional, I've had 10 fights, and there's no reason why I can't box in different countries and train to my best ability and get to the top. My ambitions for 2019 are to keep winning. I've got a fight in 3 weeks, a very good test, get past this one. Then I'd like to box for a title. On May the 11th, believe it or not, you will see the best Danny Dignam you've seen so far. I'm going to be well prepared, I've got a big step up in opposition, and therefore you will see the best of me.
The front foot lift up. Oh, hurts him. It was the jab and then the straight left-handed. It was a sickener. It went right through the guard, stopped Warren in his tracks, and
broke his nose.
Oh, he's hurt his nose. Yes. What a punch!
His nose is in a terrible state.
That is straight and accurate.
Making his way to the red corner of the ring, Rafael Yakovich.
Well, British, European, international boxing fans know all about this man. He's nudging into his 40s now. Rafael Jankovic, two-time European champion, world title challenger as well once upon a time. He's getting on now, and he's on a bit of a losing stretch, having lost a
Making
trio
his way
fights
to the blue corner of the ring,
Danny
Digno!
But Jankovic, a name potentially on the record of Danny Dignam, who should be the bigger man and the younger, fresher man tonight. He's starting to make strides as well. I think he's in the right division now, getting down close to middleweight too, and he produced one of the best punches I've seen ringside in several years when we saw him bust the nose of Ali Warren at York Hall back in December. Fantastic uppercut that was, just 2 or 3 feet away from me ringside. Hell of a shot it was. And here he is tonight, having sold a few tickets and looking to make his way. This is 11th pro outing tonight, Danny Dignam, the Essex boy who's been putting in the hours and the work with Kevin Lilly and the team. There he is, the younger man by, what, 15 years against his Polish opponent. He's got the advantage in height and reach tonight, slightly heavier at 11-11 as well. Unbeaten in 10 with those 5 KOs, including that spectacular knockout back in December at York Hall when we saw him live on this MTK IFL TV show.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is scheduled for 8 rounds in a middleweight contest. Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone and 7 pounds with a professional record of 50 wins, 22 losses. Tonight wearing the black and orange trunks from Minsk, Poland. Please welcome Rafael Braveheart Yakovich. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner. He officially weighed in at 11 stone, 11 pounds, with a perfect professional record of 10 wins, 5 by way of knockout and no losses. Tonight wearing the red trunks from Bowers Gifford, Essex, England. Please welcome Danny Dignam. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Every.
Okay, lads, when I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back. Keep your hands up, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to you both. Good luck.
Looking forward to seeing Danny Dignam again. It was a slightly frustrating start to 2019 for him. He's supposed to be out, I think, in February. A couple of opponents fell through, belatedly got into action here at Brentwood in March. And that night he had a pretty negative opponent in the shape of Gianni Anto, who knows how to look after himself, the Cambridge man. And in the end, he didn't necessarily have the right sort of foil for him to look good getting back in the ring. But here tonight, Barry, he's up against a guy with a bit of pedigree who's getting on now, but knows a few tricks. Dignam with an opportunity to claim a scalp and look good doing it.
Yeah, and Jankovic will try and put Dignam under pressure. See, and here he's trying to just nick the space a little bit, and if he can land, and if he thinks he can win, he'll have a go.
Still not easy to budge, even though he's fighting up in weight these days. Of course, welterweight back in the day. He's been in with some decent young prospects recently. Troy Williamson, he went 4 rounds in Manchester back in December. Mohamed Rabi, who I'm really excited about seeing how the Moroccan gets on. He's unbeaten in what, 8 or so far. The Doha Amateur World Champion from 2015. That was in Germany a couple of months ago as well. So Djakovic, even though he's getting on, even though he's fighting it out of his weight division these days as he puts a few pounds on, he's not been stopped since, what, 4 or 5 years ago, by the likes of Branko, Brook and Bundu, of course, for the European title as well.
All quality operators, of course, but just a chance there for Dignam, though, just to say, I've been in against a guy with lots of experience, loads of tricks under the sleeve, and if you can get a stoppage, that'd be fantastic. If you get a win, that's enough.
The right hand almost got through from Djakovic. But that uppercut that he caught Ali Warren with,
horrible,
absolute sickener, wasn't it, Barry?
Poor Alistair Wallace's nose.
Oh. He warned by the referee, yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit low.
Was it low? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sometimes.
The thing is, look, it was on the protector, which looks a little bit high as well, to be fair.
Sometimes I must admit, I think sometimes boxing fans get a bit anaesthetised to the sport, don't they? They forget how hard and tough and painful it is.
Oh,
and
yeah, of course.
when you see it up close ringside sometimes, it's just a stark reminder to you how damned hard this game can be.
And also, it doesn't have to be 100% on the target for you to feel the effects. You know, obviously, where the cup is and what it protects, any sort of hit from any sort of angle can, or a good shot there from Dignam, can cause an effect.
Having a go at Djakovic, as you'd expect. Dignam keeping his composure throughout that round.
He is, and even though Dignam's moving quite well and not being under too much pressure, just got to be careful he doesn't just seem right at the end of the round there put himself in the corner. But you're bad if a guy's trying to engineer you on the ropes and into a corner. Don't put yourself there. So you feel that rope on the back of your leg, you've got to take a little pivot, little turn, try and always have the bigger part of the ring behind you when you're moving around. But I think he picked his punches quite well. Look, caught with a few little shots, but nothing heavy there from Djakovic, and I think Dignam now just needs to give it a little bit more weight behind some of these jabs, just to stop this guy from walking forward too easily.
He's got a twin brother, John, who's a decent amateur as well, turned pro himself. Both of them ABA middleweight champions, I think, within a year of each other. I think John won it one year, and I think Danny won it the next year, around 2011, 2012. That's some little record for the history books. The Smith brothers have got their own boxing records, and now the McCormack twins as well. They have, I suppose, a bit of amateur history themselves in recent years.
Walsh brothers, of course. We're spoiled with family. That's all it is now, isn't it? Family, they're ruining it, these family things. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You should make this sport
single
child only. Yeah.
Here's.
You look at what the Smiths do now. 2 world champions. In an era where there's too many world champions, but 2 world champions, all boxed for world titles, all British champions. It's
phenomenal.
It's not bad, is it?
Phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
And of course, Liam Walsh coming up, British and former British Commonwealth champion. I think you need one more British title win to get an outright.
Oh wow, that'd be nice for him. Yeah.
Belt for him. So I would have thought, whether it's Sam Bowen at the super fella, I think just speaking to his brother Ryan earlier on today was telling me that maybe he might like to go for the lightweight belt rather than super feather to get that Lonsdale. But we'll see. That's for a discussion coming up after this one. But impressed by the way Dignam's gone about this.
There was a lovely, obviously he's favouring that uppercut now, of course. He threw a lovely uppercut just a second ago. But he's not moving back too much now. He's still moving around, but he's being forced around at times. But he's under no real pressure.
I suppose the way that Djakovic is coming forward as well. He does kind of invite that shot at some stage if the opening's there.
And because he's short and low, as well, it sort of makes it hard for you to sort of stand with him. You've got to dip down low yourself. But it also invites the ad uppercut as well, which we know Dignam can let off quite effectively.
And as is
so
so
jab
often,
is key for him here, Dignam. That southpaw jab. Needs lots of weight behind it.
Good jab to the body there from Djakovic.
Oh, it's a lovely shot there for Dignam. Lovely left hand. And then a hook and left hand to finish it off as well.
Mentioned earlier on, if we wondered if the Farmy Army would be in town, I think I can hear them now. Barry already getting into voice. Shouts of Walsh still to come, of course. Liam topping the bill, and he'll be hoping that he wanted to get his teeth into a really, really tasty fight first time out, but there's plenty of time for that. I think the 2 fights under his belt. And Danny Dignam here.
He's had a good round, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has had a good round.
He just took a right hand there off of Djakovic, but then landed with a lovely uppercut, right hook to finish off. Picked his punches really well there, Danny Dignam.
Yeah, and I think he's enjoying it.
See, you can box on the move without retreating. He's not running away. He's boxing on the move. They're almost allowing this guy to take the initiative, but what he's actually doing is making this guy just walk onto some of these shots. That's better. Lovely double up the jab there with the left hand there, and moving to his right as well, so he lines him up for that left hand on the guard. Oh, it's lovely. See, this is making him walk onto the shots. Using the ring really well there, Dignam.
Yeah, he's a talented amateur champion as a junior and a senior ABA. Like a lot of brothers, him and his twin John, just the one set of boxing gloves between them when they were kids, one glove each. And my brother and I did that. It's always a difficult decision which glove you're going to use, Barry. You and your brother?
No, we had a pair each. Real posh in my house. I don't know why I needed a pair for. All I did is get punched in the face all the time. So
into round 3. Well, Danny said that he used to get beat up by John Sicken by body shots all the time with those little spars early on, but it was that inspired their dad to take them to the Newham Boxing Club originally, and then on to Brentwood, where he won titles as a youngster. And here we are many years later.
See, taking me to the boxing gym ruined my ambitions as being a professional basketball player. That's the way I look at it.
It's actually true, folks.
That's the way I looked at it.
Oh, a couple of sharp shots there from Dignam. He's looked on point, hasn't he? That's what you've got to be.
Good. But you got a guy walking right at him, which is bread and butter for him at the moment, isn't it? Just inching back, encouraging Djakovic to come forward. When he fires, though, he's too far away from the target. It's quite easy there for Dignam to counter him back.
Well, yeah. To be fair, he's not making much of that, Djakovic. I don't know how low it was, but it was another one that definitely caught him.
He takes little small steps back, Dignam. They're not big, massive steps, so he's too far out the counter.
Oh, I think that was just... Yeah. I mean, the protector's pretty high. That's slightly confusing things, but that definitely was on the belt line.
Well, you get a point now. The referee's telling us 3 times I warned you, that'll be it. That's fair.
It's still the right thing to do, isn't it, to try and time Djakovic when he's coming forward?
It is, and the body shots would be really good, a good idea for him as well. But because he's a smaller fighter with a shorter body, I think it's just hard for Dignam to get it right. Good there from Dignam. Again, just inching back with... Oh, good there from Djakovic, so nice little right hand.
Final 30 seconds then of round 3. Oh, huge right hand, and Djakovic is straight on him. Oh, that was a huge shot. It's still 20-odd seconds to go. The referee's not counting, but it's a huge right hand that Djakovic landed. And now, worrying times, he has to regroup and see this out. Buy himself some time, get the minute's rest. Dignam.
He got away with that as well there, Dignam there, because that looked like a knockdown to me.
Oh, 100%, that was a knockdown. Fair play to him. He was right back on it, and he does look like his head is cleared and his legs are back under him. That's a pretty sharp turnaround in both ways.
Well, he won the bat. He sort of landed with it. I think he landed with a little decent combination. Skipped off in the centre of the ring. Looked fine. I don't know whether he got caught on the temple or something, because his legs just went all jelly all of a sudden. He went all over the place.
There's a couple of the body shots he eventually got the warning for. There's another one.
It is low. That is low, and the referee's well spotted.
And here we might
never
see.
Going to see it now. I think he lands with a decent shot himself. Look at that.
Right on the
Oh,
chin.
it's on the chin. It's not on the temple. It's on the chin. So really good.
He
shot.
might have lost his.
No, his legs are all over the place.
Yeah.
He's in trouble. He is there.
And there's a follow-up right
Yeah,
hand.
he's lucky there not to get a count there, I think. Dignam. And dominating and boxing quite comfortable and everything. He's in total control up until that point. Look like he's clear now. We'll see what happens. And Djakovic now, you know, past glories in his mind, might fancy this now.
Oh, 100%. Well, no countdown. That should have been a 10-8, but what would be pleasing for Dignam and his team was how quickly he recovered and was actually throwing back. He was boxing again in the last sort of 10 seconds.
You just keep it nice and long, though, isn't it? That's all you got to do. Plenty of feints, you know, so Djakovic can't just rush you too soon. And make sure that jab is solid and comes back really fast.
Well, the waters can so often just drop off. And you might feel that it's relatively shallow, and then suddenly the ledge can disappear in boxing.
Well, it's amazing. And they say one punch can change a fight. It hasn't changed the fight, but it's changed the impression of the fight. Because all of a sudden you think Dignam's enjoying himself and just doing what he wants and controlling everything, the tempo, even moving around. And all of a sudden you're thinking Djakovic's just looking for that big right hand now, and can Dignam withhold the shot.
But in some ways it can be the wake-up you need in terms of right here and now, Barry, but mid to longer term, you know, the one of those little checks that you need in a career.
Yeah, maybe. But, it's good. She had a good round here, Dignam. We've got to be honest. So you're watching, expecting Djakovic to sort of mount a massive attack.
Oh, well, fair play.
Nothing wrong with that.
Djakovic was just having an interaction with one of Dignam's corner who we're talking to. He was kind of playing possum, trying to get Dignam. Dignam's now arms open, saying, what on earth is going on here? And basically, Djakovic has created the whole incident.
But he obviously Dignam's corner. You can hear one of his trainers talking.
Oh, another right hand from Djakovic. Getting lively.
Just got to keep calm, keep sensible now, Dignam. Keep everything nice and long, nice and sharp. Make sure everything comes back correctly.
Dignam has sort of got all that amateur experience. Djakovic, of course, with a wealth of pro experience. Switched on now, though, Dignam. You could just tell, Barry, that there's a look in the face of Djakovic as if to say, I think I'm going to get another chance.
Raw was quite telling. He had a free shot on him there, Dignam. Djakovic wasn't even looking where he was coming. He caught him with a big right hook, and he didn't budge against the ropes, against the corner there, Djakovic.
Oh,
what a weird little round that was.
Entertaining.
But Dignam boxed well, to be honest, in that round after being put down. Well, look, the first put down, it certainly hurt. And I think he boxed really well in that.
Yeah, and he can't afford to be getting caught up in any of that. Vujakovic, he started with Vujakovic in Dignam's corner, trying to lure him on, trying to just suck him into something.
But again, he kept nice and calm. He stuck to his boxing in that round, and that's all he needs to do now. Not get carried away with anything. He hasn't shown that he can really hurt Vujakovic yet. Just stay nice and safe. Keep peppering him with shots, solid jabs. And little inching back and let him walk on the shots and just keep doing that.
And the song I think that was played in between rounds was "Let's Twist Again." Is that Chubby Checker? Anyway, yeah. Twist again. And I'll tell you what, Rafael Vujakovic is just hinting that he might have one little dance or two left in him yet, the old boy. Intriguing little setup here in the fourth.
Right, step back, don't punch it. Step back, don't box it.
Nice right uppercut there, left uppercut from Dignam. Took a little right hand though back there from Vujakovic. That's been a danger shot.
Oh, nice straight 1-2 there from Dignam.
Constant smile on the face here though with Vujakovic.
Yeah, it's as if he... Oh, well, that right hand flew out. As if he knows something, Barry. That he thinks Dignam doesn't. Oh, nice body shot there. Vujakovic seemingly unperturbed by it. Still just biding his time.
Well, he wants Dignam to have a real go because he knows if Dignam gets close and really swings the shots, then he knows that he probably has the power, more power to hurt Dignam than the other way around.
And there again, he copped a couple. Vujakovic, oh, there's another low blow.
Oh, he's lucky, lucky.
Well, yeah.
Nothing's intentional with this, it's genuinely not. It's just the size difference, and I think the guard's a little bit too high, not massively, a little bit too high. And it's just the size difference, that's all that is. But he's still, he's warned him, he said 3 times in the round before the last, and now, the last time again, yeah.
Yeah, that's 2 last warnings.
Yeah.
Plus a knockdown that wasn't given. The ref's done him a favour twice. But he's back on point here, Dignam. And to be fair to him, in and amongst all of this, the right hand that took away his legs, the playing possum and the attitude of Vujakovic tonight, he's still trying to keep his head while everything's going on around him.
He's kept his boxing together quite well, hasn't he? And a bit of pressure and a little bit of a mini crisis, I would say. And it's good to see. Guy gets hurt sometimes. Boxers just fall apart, especially this stage of his career. They get really hurt and wobbled, and they just fall apart. They don't know what to do. But Dignam's kept his composure quite well.
And again, he's the one that's landing.
I don't know, but that did to me.
There's just a little anticipation of drama and the unexpected in the air here ringside.
But again, another round so far, unless he gets clipped right at the end of the round now, I think Dignam's boxed very well again.
Well, it's not been clear-cut or plain sailing by any stretch, but the bare bones of it might be that Dignam's 4 up, Barry.
Yeah, I think I got it 4-1. To be honest with me, it should be a 2-point round. To be honest, that third round, but it wasn't deemed that way. And again, you can see him clip now and again, and yet the anticipation that something might happen here from Vujakovic is what's keeping you a little bit, a little bit on tender hooks. But apart from that, I think Dignam's controlling everything, boxing quite well. He's been lucky there, got away with that low blow, and lucky enough to get a point taken away from him. I'm sure next time it happens, the referee will have no option to do that. But anything bar that, Dignam keeps his composure like he is now, keeps the guard nice and tight, then he should skate home a clear victor. It must have been comfortable at most of the fight, just really uncomfortable in that third round.
Very much so. There's just.
And that's all it was actually. It was just that third round. That was it,
absolutely.
really.
That's right. It's just I suppose it's the.
You're expecting something
the
after
seeming
the
threat of Djakovic. Yeah, very much so. In then to the 6th, scheduled for 8. This one. And Danny Digname's been 4 rounds on 4 occasions, 6 rounds won, so he's stepping up in distance. So biggest sort of record name opponent so far, and up in distance too. Given a little wobble in the second round. There's lots of boxes being ticked so far tonight.
And that's good for them to keep the concentration, because there was nothing on those shots. It was a nice little combination. There was not much weight on him. And Djakovic looking in his corner, giving a little bit of a grin and a laugh, trying to encourage Dignam to dig his heels in and have a little go.
But do you know what I think it is, Barry? I think that sort of look on Djakovic's face, it's as if to say, if I was 15 years younger, fella.
Yeah, well, and maybe, but, you know, if Dignam's 10 more fights in, does he get Djakovic out there in 1 round? You know, it's.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not 15 years younger. This is who he is now. So Dignam doesn't get credit. If Dignam wins, he doesn't get credit for beating a guy who boxed for the world title. He beat an experienced guy who's past his best, and he'll take that, and that's a good win.
And he's doing it in his 11th fight so far.
That's good.
He's always been, oh, lovely. And that was better. Body shots coming to the side. Most of them have been sort of almost uppercuts or straight shots. The more orthodox body attack there from Dignam.
That's good from Dignam there. And he stayed nice. When Djakovic got close, he went nice and low, Dignam there. Just took away the right hand there to Djakovic then. He couldn't swing it because you were too low to get any leverage on the shot.
Plenty of experience, as I said, for Dignam. He was part of the Team GB set up for a couple of years. Left them, and then actually he was called back as a sort of non-member of the team as a sparring partner. It's a vote of confidence for his ability and talent. He actually went to the Rio Olympics as a sparring partner for the GB Olympic squad, the only non-member of the team to do that, which is a big compliment for him.
That's nice there from Dignam. Lovely right uppercut in that little combination. Well, see, that GB squad, it's a great thing because we're getting so many medals, but also you can get lost in it. Some quality fighters can get lost in it because they're just not even third or fourth string. They're just getting it because you haven't got that ABAs every year where everyone has to enter to get that win.
Well,
you don't really get the chance to sometimes to prove it. Get lost in it.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying the same thing, weren't we? At the end of that round, no dramas, which is the important thing, I think, for Dignam. We were saying the same thing the other week there over in Ireland for Tyrone McCullough as well. You know, this strength and depth, just can't get a look in. But importantly, Djakovic didn't really get a look in that round.
No, and to be honest, and he hasn't for at least the last 2, possibly the last 3. I think he kicked Dignam once in maybe the 4th round. After that little, but that was it. He kept his boxing together quite well. And like you said, it's just that the anticipation that Djakovic might do something that's kept it sort of feeling that it was a competitive fight, where it hasn't been. It's been all Dignam. Except for that 3rd round, it's been all Dignam. But that 3rd round was a worry. And he got caught with a shot, and it was a decent shot, but you think he should be able to absorb it against a guy who's naturally smaller. And that might be a worry going forward as he steps up. But the good thing is he got hurt, and he kept his shape, and he kept his boxing, and the concentration levels after that and before that have been really good.
Here we go into round 7 as well. This is new territory for him as a pro.
That's good there from Dignam. Lovely, nice, sharp little straight punches there.
Just missed with the uppercut. Didn't quite work for him. Always been a grafter, Dignam. Even as a youngster, used to go out and work with his dad, tarmacking and concreting. Not afraid of a day's work. There again, a little bit of gamesmanship from Djakovic.
Just like to see Dignam move to his right a little bit more. Just move to his left. He's just be walking onto that right hand.
You can see though with Djakovic, and you know, he's getting on and he's put on a few pounds these days. He's being kind of fed up to the young bucks coming through,
Yeah,
but
of
he's still not going to be blasted away. In fact, I sense he's quite enjoying this final stage of his career, Barry.
Yeah. But he's boxing at a level, because these kids are still learning their trade. He's boxing at a level lower than what he was at his peak. So he can probably, even though he's getting caught with shots, that's a low one. Oh, lucky there again there, Dignam.
Well, that one went round the side. Fair play, he's not made a meal
and
of
also,
it.
I've got to say, fair play to the referee's defence. He was right behind Dignam. He couldn't quite see where the punch landed, but it was really, really low.
He can't stop a smile, Jackie. He kind of knows the score. They're looking across it again to Dignam's corner. He's got a little bit of a mouse just on his right cheek. Little smile now, this time from Dignam, as I think he took a body shot.
Yeah, another one there, but this Dignam's, he's boxing his ears off, isn't he, at the minute? Danny Dignam. There's loads of threatening and posturing here from Djakovic, but really nothing landing and having no success.
No, he has got a bit of bruising. That's a sort of welt on the right cheekbone, just below his right eye. It's getting slightly worse throughout that round. But he knows he's kind of up against it in every way, Djakovic, but he's taking it all in pretty good humour.
And I got a feeling he'll come out like all guns blazing this last round, just to maybe prove a point that I used to be a good fighter.
Yeah.
And like these kids at this stage of their careers couldn't live with me, whatever weight they were back in the day. But I think Dignam's kept his composure really well. He said if he wins this 8th and last round as he did the last 3, 4, then he's had one bad round of the 8. You take that every day of the week.
Was that second? Round 2, was it?
Round 3 when he got dropped, when we thought he got dropped, when he got wobbled. When he got wobbled, he got hurt. But apart from that, it's been all Dignam and quite relatively plain sailing for him. I think he's boxed well. And again, against an experienced guy who knows loads of tricks and tries to set you up for stuff, and he hasn't really got involved. Oh, it's a lovely shot. He hasn't got involved with it, Dignam.
Here we are in the 8th round as well, so he's ticking off the rounds, taking on a new challenge. And there has been a few questions asked tonight. Rafael Djakovic. I think Djakovic will be getting himself plenty of work this year, whether home or abroad.
Just looked on his corner, have a little giggle there, Djakovic, and almost got caught by Dignam. Oh, it's a lovely
cracker of a shot, yeah. And that was reactive, wasn't it? That was just an ad-libbed move.
Ah, it's a feint that last there from Dignam. That's good there from. It's really good. Throws the jab just to force something to come back there from Djakovic, and then makes him pay with 2 sharp counters. He's boxed well. He's had one bad round, but apart from that, the 7 or 6.5 up to this point have been just really good there from Danny Dignam.
1 minute to go then, this 8th round.
And again, you talk about, he's finishing the fight better than he started it. All those sort of things, they're all good things that you like to see.
And I don't know if I kind of hammed up the sort of potential drama through the first half of the fight, but there was just that sense.
No, you felt it, didn't you? You felt it, and then after that, when he got wobbled, you really felt it. You were expecting Djakovic to chin him, and you were expecting it. But Dignam kept his task, kept that concentration, that composure, and the discipline and the maturity, and he's skated home. He really has.
And there's been a sort of measure of control, hasn't there? I think certainly through the sort of 5th, 6th, 7th rounds, there's been increasingly less from Djakovic.
And after that little warning he had in the 3rd, he hasn't got overexcited with any success he had. He's happy to land with 3 shots, 4 shots, move away and go again.
Just watching Djakovic go across to the other corner. What a character! We'll have him back. Terrific. He's a different fighter than he was all those years ago. But I think he knows enough to stay safe in there and pose a few problems, do his job. And I think he'll have an interesting final stage of his career. Very different story now for Dignam, who's just making his way in the great game.
Yeah, and he'll build. They'll be worried about the shot he got caught with, but they'll build confidence about how he acted before that and how he reacted after that, which is much more important. Though he kept his composure and his shape throughout. And I think, I thought he was going to try and push Djakovic back at the start of the fight, but he didn't. What he did is he allowed the guy who was planted his flag in the centre of the ring. He allowed him to come forward, but Dignam wasn't taking big steps back. He was taking little steps back, just enough to encourage Djakovic to come forward, throw a shot, make him miss, and make him counter them with sharper punches. And that was pretty much, except for that 3rd round, that was sort of the story of the fight. Making Djakovic miss and making him pay with sharp counters.
Yeah, really interesting one, wasn't it? Hope you enjoyed. Let's get confirmation of it with TK.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds, we go to the scorecards. Referee Lee Every has scored the bout 79 points to 75 points in favor of your winner, Danny Dignam.
Danny Dignam gets it done. Overcomes a bumper 2 in the roads, but in the end manages to overcome the former 2-time European champion Rafael Djakovic. Real character, we love to see him back, but it's Dignam who's rolling on his way, moves to 11 and Barry, to tell us all the things that you liked.
Well, again, first of all, I liked how he just kept, he was calm at the start of the fight. He was in a guy with lots of experience, he knew that, so he didn't try and put it on him too much. And there's little movements back, just making Djakovic fall short. When he did get hurt, and most boxers early in their career would panic, he didn't panic, kept his composure, and boxed really well, and calm, and not getting, and patient with his work as well, and not worried about trying to get Djakovic out of there. Just thought, I'm happy with scoring, and he's picking up the points, scoring with the shots, and staying nice and safe, not getting hit. And I think he showed maturity in that. After that horrible 3rd round, he showed maturity for the rest of the fight. And I thought it was a really good. One bad round out of 8, you would take that every day of the week.
Danny, that was the biggest test, biggest challenge of your career so far. How much did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. First time doing 8 rounds. I mean, I've sparred 8 rounds a few times, but there's nothing like actually doing it in a fight. I mean, it tests your fitness. He was a tricky customer because he didn't leave no openings. Like, I didn't want to get involved in a fight because I know that he's quite strong. It's like short and stocky and that, so I thought I'd keep him long, but he just didn't really leave no openings. But I done what I could do and I got the win. So
he's a bit of a character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a character. Definitely. Yeah,
he looked like he was talking to your corner at one stage.
I caught him, and my coach was like, "Yes, like good shot, Dan." And he looked at him like that. But I don't know if I should have done it. The ref didn't pull me, but I went to chin him.
Yeah, we thought you.
I didn't catch him right. I wish I did though.
Now he caught you. I think it was the 3rd round. Caught you with a right hand. Looked like you lost your footing. Talk us through that.
I felt fine. I think I was just like tossing my feet over or whatever. But I got straight back up. I personally don't think it was a knockdown, but if it was, it was. I mean, I got back up and I boxed accordingly.
It looked like you recovered quite quickly. Got back on your boxing. Those are the little kind of things, the little tests that I suppose you're going to have to answer?
I mean, I'm not going to learn nothing by just blowing people out of the way. So boxing the likes of him, I boxed Anthony Fox. He's a very, very good fighter, very underrated. He tested me to the absolute limit, come through, and these are the fights I need to learn. So I'm ranked in the top 10 in the country now, so I want titles. So Lee said that he would give me a title shot, and I believe he would deliver it as well. So yeah,
you're popular in these parts. Plenty of fans coming out to cheer you.
Big thanks to everyone who comes to support me, and an even bigger thanks to all my sponsors. Because if it weren't for my sponsors, I couldn't afford to box. So I owe a lot to my sponsors and my coach Kevin Lilly and my fitness coach Inas. So thank you.
Well done to Danny Dignam. Who knows? Could be soon enough. He's going to be topping the bill. Like Liam Walsh is coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the red corner of the ring, Ronaldo Kaizina.
Well, it may not be the opponent that Liam Walsh himself would have liked on his return to the ring, but it's just a case of getting an opponent full stop and getting back in the ring for the former British and Commonwealth champion. And in his way tonight, the opponent is a familiar face in the shape of the Nicaraguan based in Spain, the 36-year-old Ronaldo Kaizina, who's been a regular over here in the last couple of years.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his way to the blue corner of the ring, Liam Walsh.
It's been a long time coming. What a pleasure and a privilege it is to welcome Liam Walsh back to the world of boxing, back to ring walking to the ring. It is just 1 week, almost exactly, since the 2 years ago when he was challenging Gervonta Davis for a world title. I don't think there's any doubt that he didn't do himself justice that night, as much as there's no disgrace in being beaten comprehensively by Gervonta Davis, who has stopped 20 of 21 of his opponents and has won a version of the world title again. But this guy had looked destined for that sort of status himself, and on the back of the British and Commonwealth title wins, you fancy on this latest and perhaps last chapter of his career that he at least has that in him once again, if not a surge back up to the top table. That's how talented he's been, Liam Walsh. He is 32, still the younger man, slightly the taller. He came in at 9'10", which is hugely encouraging for him. Speaking to his brother Ryan earlier on today, he was telling me that they will take whichever the best fights and the biggest fights that are out there, whether it's super feather or indeed lightweight, which is closer to where he is tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that time of the evening. This is the final fight of the night. 8 rounds in a lightweight contest. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials ringside are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. If you are ready to see some action, make some noise! Introducing first, fighting out of the red corner. He officially weighed in at 9 stone and 9 pounds with a professional record of 14 wins. Tonight wearing the white and blue trunks. From Nicaragua by way of Girona, Spain, please welcome Ronaldo Augustin Kaizina. And introducing his opponent across the ring in the blue corner, he officially weighed in at 9 stone 10 pounds with a professional record of 21 wins, 14 by way of knockout and 1 loss. Tonight wearing the white trunks from Cromer, Northern England, please welcome Liam Destiny Walsh. Your referee at the bell, Mr. Lee Cook.
Okay, you both know the rules. Defend yourself at all times. Keep your punches clean and on target. When I tell you to break, do so straight away and take a step back. Shake hands.
Well, you just have to take one look at the face and the demeanour of Liam Walsh, who is just a happy, contented man to be back in a boxing ring as a professional. Almost 2 years to the day. It's been a long road. It must have seemed like an impossible hill to climb at some stages. And here he is, looking to get back to business, back, Barry, to doing what he's done well in the past.
He's been in some fantastic. Some of the names on his record have been some of the wins he's had have been fantastic, and some of the fights, the excitement he's produced. That Paul Appleby fight was just unbelievable. Watch that was back in, what was that, 2011 or something?
Yeah, late 2011. Yeah,
it was unbelievable, and he's been quality ever since. Wins against Joe Murray and Scott Harrison. I know it wasn't the Scott Harrison of old, but it was still a good win. But that Klimov fight, that eliminated for the world title in Harrow, he was up in North London. He was just punch perfect. He really was, and you just thought this kid's got to win a world title. But he came up against just a bit of a phenomenal talent in Gervonta Davis.
I think in your words, Barry, he came up against the guy who was just supersonic and is.
Yes,
in truth. Even although I think he possibly or majorly underperformed that night
He
well.
He might have froze a bit, but it's hard to tell when you've got a guy like that, so good and so heavy-handed. Sometimes they make you look subpar.
But there's no doubt that on the way up, super feather, lightweight, didn't matter. Boxing orthodox or southpaw, didn't matter. 2 British title defences. What was it? 5 defences of the Commonwealth belt as well. And you have to feel that he's going to get back to at least that level, if not higher.
And time isn't on his side. But was he 32 now? That's still young enough. And also, if anything, he's probably physically in his peak. I mean, he's probably punching harder than ever before, I bet you.
And he's always lived the life, Barry. He's always been that sort of guy.
It just means you haven't got a long time to build up again. You've got to be taking fights quick and fast, and you'll get a couple of fights just to get back in, but you've got to take the opportunity, whatever opportunity comes his way now, to get him back where he'll feel he belongs.
And he is dominating Kahina, as you'd expect, but he's on him and has been on him right from the start. I don't think, not the sort of guy to call out people. Walsh, I don't even think he's on Twitter, to be honest with you. Good body shot.
Lovely.
But he has been saying that, whoever it is, at super feather or lightweight, domestically or otherwise, any of the names, put me in with them, I'll fight them.
Oh, good left hand there, sorry. Right hand. I can't keep up with it when he switches.
Yeah. But he looks in great shape, doesn't he? He's spent 6 weeks out abroad with his brother Ryan. Good bit of sparring in the sun to get ready for this.
They go Tenerife, I think, don't they, or something like that?
Yeah, Tenerife.
He looked nice and sharp, didn't he? I was like he had never been away there, Liam Walsh. He's in against an opponent which he can pretty much do what he wants when he wants, but he came out aggressive. But again, though, because he has all that wealth of experience, just to come out aggressive, make a guy miss quite comfortable, and come back with some good shots. And he threw one left hand or one right hand to the body, which was a real worry there for this guy in the opposite corner,
who actually hasn't been successful in quite some time. That's for sure. I think going back to 2015, the last time he actually won. He's been stopped in a couple of rounds by Ryan Burnett. Jazza Dickens did it in 6. Elfa did it in 3, and that was back in 2017. But I think the important thing as well, and Walsh could probably just force it and blast him out of there, but after 2 years out of the ring, I'm sure he wants to get a few rounds, or his team might want to.
Yeah, it's a good right hand there from Walsh. Just to be back. It's good for him just to be back, isn't it? That's the main thing.
Well, he's talking about, Barry, no surprise, 4 mouths to feed, a house to pay for.
Of course, yeah.
Talking about getting a real job. And this link up with MTK has given him a new lease of life, and let's hope some opportunities as well, which his talents deserve.
That's right. All he's got to do is just produce the goods in the ring, and it's their job to get him, to give him the opportunities. It's their job to give him the title fights. Again, he can be fast track because he is a quality operator. He has been a British champion, he has been a Commonwealth champion, he has fought for the world title.
He's starting to bully Kahina a little bit here. And do you think, Barry, just generally, do you need sort of 2 or 3 fights before you know, not everyone's a Tyson Fury, but in terms of when you're talking about getting back into whatever level of title contention?
Oh, good shot there from Kahina there.
Yeah, it might have hurt him there, even although he pushed his head down after.
It's just get your judgment, the timing and distance right. So a couple of fights, I think that's all he needs. A bigger test than after this, of course, I think. But nothing too strenuous, just someone who will be a bit more aggressive towards him, maybe. But once you've done that, I think you can chuck him into a decent, not a world title fight, of course, but a decent title fight, a domestic or beyond.
I actually think Barry didn't quite connect with that right hand.
Yeah, it sounded worse than it actually was, to be fair.
I actually think he'd probably have one more fight after this, and I think just given the sort of fitness freak he is, I think one more fight after this, if they could engineer an opportunity for him for a title.
Well, also he's got to show that he'll go up the rank is quite high because of his past achievements, but he can't just automatically jump the queue.
Good point, fair point.
Though in this business, money talks more than common sense or anything else, of course.
Well, he's a bit unlucky there, Walsh. I think the referee, the timing of it's a bit unfortunate for Kahina and for the referee. He was just shouting out "stop boxing" just as Kahina was turning away and Walsh was launching into that shot.
Well, Kahina he had his back to Walsh. That's the problem. No, that's not Walsh's problem if he's already attacking. But if the referee has if the referee has intervened, then that will be seen as an illegal blow. So I don't know how the referee. Again, you're talking just seconds, aren't you? Less than that.
Tell you what, the Farmy Army are out in force tonight, which is great to see. They've still got that backing. I'd like to see that little bit of devil actually from Walsh, personally. But he was just starting to get to Kahina in that round.
Yeah, it's easy for Walsh, and that was always going to be the case. This wasn't ever going to be a massive test for him. But just see if he still looked nice and sharp. If his timing and his distance, how good they were after being out for so long, and they look pretty good. Because doing it in the gym is one thing, producing it in the ring, sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. We've seen fighters in the past look great in the gym, after comebacks, and when they get back in the ring, they just look absolutely terrible. But Walsh looks pretty good. And hopefully now, I think coming up now will probably be an unfortunate moment there, where he just turned his back and he got caught with a hook there off Walsh.
Well, he's got his brothers Ryan and Michael in the corner there with him.
He sort of says it as the referee's just about to open his mouth. He's already launched into the hook.
Yeah, committed. Nothing untoward at all. Here we go.
Good uppercut there from Walsh.
Into the next round. Oh. There was a right hand there from Kahina, but he's just getting bullied now by Walsh.
To be fair though, Walsh didn't budge. The body shot hurt him a little bit low there with that one.
Yeah, Kahina's starting to unravel, and Walsh is all over him. Another body shot. Just needs to keep his distance a little bit, and I think this will come.
He doesn't know where he is, he doesn't know where Walsh is. He can't find him because Walsh is on the balls of his feet, skipping around the target.
Yeah, he's clipped him. I think Kahina's just had enough.
Yeah, he's looking for a way out there. He is.
He's had enough. I wouldn't be thinking he's getting up. It's just that he's just been unravelling. The towels come in as well just to help him out. And Liam Walsh is back, folks.
Yeah, listen, it's a good result there for Walsh. No, it's the main thing is great to see him back. That's forget about what happened. It's great to see him back in the ring. But that was an opponent never going to be any sort of stretch for him at all, unless he'd really faded that bad, which was never really going to be the case. He looked nice and sharp. He looked aggressive. Looked physically stronger than we've seen before. Just seemed to take a nice little right hook there. Didn't budge. Ended up pushing the other guy over. But he wasn't really hurt with the shot there. He looked for a way out. That's what happened there. I think the pressure there, he couldn't find Walsh. Walsh was picking him off with shots, skipping around him. He knew where Walsh was. And then one decent shot he got caught with, he thought, I've had enough of this, I'm getting hurt here. Gets caught in the mid-drift there. I don't think it was enough to keep him on the floor. But just the whole sequence before that, the pressure from Walsh, which is enough to go, this kid's too good for me. I'm gonna take a night off.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Do you know what, Barry? Don't blame him, because he was kind of on the thick end of it. He was outclassed. Things were getting tough. But I tell you what, this is maybe the start of one of the feel-good boxing stories of 2019, I think it's fair to say.
I'll tell you something, domestically, there'll be a few lightweights and super featherweights who won't be happy to see this kid back. I'll tell you that for something, because he's a really clever boxer. He's not a big puncher, but he digs enough to hurt you. And he's fit as a fiddle, tough, who will grind it out, unorthodox in his movements as well. So there'll be some top lightweights and super featherweights in the country who will be going, oh, what a nightmare this. I thought you'd be seeing the back of him.
Yeah, those fights have to be forced and paid for then. And you know what else, folks? He's got the bit between his teeth as well. And who can blame him, and who's surprised after that 2-year hiatus? Well, here's something that we haven't heard in a while, but will be sweet music to the years of Liam Walsh. Let's hear it with TK.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight comes to an end at the official time of 1 minute and 18 seconds of round number 3. Due to a referee count out, declaring your winner, Liam Walsh!
You would not be surprised if there was a little bit of emotion mixed in with the joy and delight, both for the Farmy Army, the fans that have travelled down from Norfolk to follow these lads through thick and thin, and now Liam Walsh tonight, and for the family as well, who I think collectively, and they are a collective, both in and outside of the ring, there's no doubt about that. I suspect, Barry, there'll be some tears.
Oh yeah, I know
tonight.
you see like football things, say we win together, we lose together. This family are like that. They really are. I think they feel every punch. Obviously Ryan's got to have his own career, but they feel every punch. Michael was a good fighter himself, but he's very vocal in the corner as well. You hear that, and they got a wealth of experience, obviously, haven't they? In the corner, but the brothers are a major part of that. I think they come as a package, and rather than hinder each other, so that can happen in other situations, they help each other. And I think they drive each other on with the right support.
So Barry, titles await.
I think titles await. I think you don't want to go too high too soon. But I think any domestic, like I said earlier, any domestic super featherweight, any domestic lightweight, they won't be overjoyed with seeing Liam Walsh back, that's for sure, because they'll know he's a test, more than a test. He's going to be a real force, and if he gets another little warm-up fight and shows how sharpness that he did tonight, then you got to chuck him straight back into title contention.
And here he is. Welcome back. Young man, I'm not still allowed to say that?
Yeah, definitely. I am a young man. 23 fights now, but I'm young in the game. Anyone who knows me, I think it's common knowledge in boxing circles that myself and my brother Ryan, we've always kept ourselves completely clean. We've lived for this sport. We love boxing, and I'm definitely a young man. Yeah.
How are you feeling? You look physically in great nick. You went about it as we'd expect you to do, professionally and full of fire. How were you feeling emotionally coming back tonight?
Emotionally fine. Excited. I was excited, and it's difficult because obviously the opponent. I think everyone understands the troubles we had getting an opponent adequate enough to do a job. And in the end, thank you to Ronaldo who came in. Ronaldo, I think that's his name. Thank you to him for coming in, but it was difficult because he comes to survive, didn't he? Obviously, you have to do these fights, I suppose. But really, I want meaningful fights now, not like next, now.
You need to get rid of that ring rust. He's back in the rankings, that's the main thing. He's an active fighter again. There's a little bit of ring rust gone there. He said it himself, he wants big fights, he wants good fights. Should be out again in July, so we're on the move and we're really looking to get right back in the mix.
Yeah, I said in commentary, it didn't matter who was in the other corner tonight. It was just about getting back in. I would say one more fight and then get a title fight. That's what I would say. You think straight away?
I'm ready. I want to go. I don't want to waste time. It's not that I'm trying to get. It's not that I'm young, so I don't need to rush it. People, but I just want to get back. I just want to get in there. I want meaningful fights. I want someone to come and try and beat me up.
And with that, I mean, you weren't, in terms of your weight, you're pretty bang close to lightweight anyway. What about super featherweight?
Yeah, I can do super featherweight. Yesterday I was 9'10", and I hadn't gone to the well. I had a lot more in me. I hadn't had to sauna and things like that on the morning of the weigh-in. Obviously, you're not allowed to do that anywhere, but you know what I mean. I didn't have to go to the well. I can do super featherweight. The fight's decent and meaningful. I'm there, no problem.
I think you need one more to get a Lonsdale belt outright. Is my maths correct there?
That's correct.
But is that a target?
I'd like to. It'd be nice to give to my children, obviously. But what if I win it at lightweight? Do I get to keep it?
I meant to check that detail. I think one more would do it, but we need to check.
Yeah, if I won it at lightweight, would that count?
I think if my brother's honest, I think what's most important to prove he's the best super featherweight and lightweight in Britain. And he is. Let's fight him. Corolla, Flanagan, Stephen Smith, all the best names are, but he just wants to prove he's the best in our country, and they're the best fighters, so he needs to be fighting them, not these guys tonight. Fight the best fighters, they are the best fighters. I believe my brother will beat him, he believes that too, so let's get the fights going. And we're not asking for no world of money, but let him prove he's the best British fighter in his weight, and I believe he is, he believes he is. Let's get them fights, the big fights.
We think MTK can provide for us, don't we? And I'm sure they can. Big thank you to them as well for giving us this stage to work on again. We're really, really pleased.
Yeah, I must say that as well. It's a massive thank you to MTK. We've been treated really, really professionally. I can't thank them enough. They've shown trust in me. They've been spot on. I can't sing their praises enough.
And the Farmy Army were back in force again.
I'm so humbled again. I just can't believe I'm fighting an 8-rounder against. I only had my opponent announced on Thursday
this week,
Thursday or Friday, and they've all turned out in numbers again.
We'll get him a big fight and we'll take time.
We had Tyson Fury last year, one of the greatest comebacks ever. This is probably one of the best boxing stories of 2019, potentially, would you say? What's the next chapter?
I hope you're right, Alex, and I'll certainly be doing everything in my powers to make that story come true. And I'm in the gym all the time. Anyone who knows me knows. I've been in the gym for the last 2 years. I haven't had 2 years off. I've been sparring. Training's been getting me in all the time. I've been ready, so I'll be ready when the challenges come. I'll be ready. Don't worry.
Absolute pleasure to welcome you back.
Welcome back. Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure.
Top class. How about that, folks? How about that? They're going to exit stage right. Barry Jones comes in left. They'll be a bit emotional later on tonight, but right now it's just a satisfaction and pleasure to be back.
So I know exactly what it's like to be out for a couple of years and come back, I really do, and it's just a relief. So you want a good performance, and he did have a good performance, just to be back under the lights and think, because boxing's your first love. When you box as a kid, it's your first love. And like all first loves, it breaks your heart, and you keep going back, and you can't give up on it. And it's true, and it is. So when you're back with it again, and you're enjoying it, it just fulfills you. And this kid got a lot of talent, and I think his story is yet to be finished. So good to see him back. And I keep saying he's a force, and he will be a force. And I would say very Americanized to me. All you super featherweights and lightweights that don't know this. I can't quite pull it off, but I think it's true. I think they are. They got to be worried, because he'll be chasing them, he'll be looking for them, and if he gets in the ring with them, they got to be at their very best. If not, they'll produce performances they haven't to beat him.
And the other good news is, whether you're watching on IFL TV or ESPN Plus internationally as well, you're probably going to see it, folks, as well, which is good news. What you did see tonight was Danny Dignam tick a few boxes, importantly.
Yeah, he had a real crisis in the third round, but he kept his composure, and you take that third round out, and he dominated. I really think. I think also for me, Sam Gilly was brilliant. He really was. Real composure. Kept his distance really well. Landed some quality shots and got a good win. Shaquille Day. Shaquille's just a brilliant. I love the name. I really do. But he had a really good win. I think do some quality work. But all these kids now, all of them actually, they're starting to show. Harlem Eubank, another one. They're starting to show a bit of maturity in their work, and they're getting beyond that 4 or 5 fight those sequences in their careers, and they're starting to show that they're on the road towards double figures or beyond, and they're showing that they're learning from their previous fights. They're starting to produce the things they do in the gym, in the ring, and the development process of these kids, which what these shows are. They're all about development. They're showing that they're coming on leaps and bounds, and they'll biting at the heels of area and domestic champions.
Thanks very much to Barry. Hope you've enjoyed the show here tonight. Next up, next weekend, we're in Belfast. Make sure you tune in. Live boxing from around about 6, half 6. Live commentary from 7:30 with Barry, Sophia, myself and the team. Well, tonight the Farmy Army were back in Essex, and importantly, Liam Walsh is back in business. Bye for now.